I was looking for money, I was looking for money to do a build out. That's what I was doing.
Well, the only money you would get would be roofing beds. If they wanted to relocate from Randall. Yeah, I'm not real.
Hey, Susie. Try me.
Okay. I mean, that's a commissioner decision, but.
One watching must be.
Kids are, they say that they, yeah, we just want to think. That, yeah, they've already got. We're live. And they put.
Is that why?
We have a pulse. I like having that on you.
Yeah, you did. And I thought, good for it. I think that's a really good job. It's very fine. It's good. Sorry.
I have one on
Yeah.
Mine there, see.
No, it's in there.
Well, excuse me, morning, morning.
I'll make sure Tim knows.
Hello.
Hello.
We're live.
That's a lot.
Dearborn County.
Saturday night. You're being recorded.
If you can.
How do you like to do
But we're mandated.
Does it show on there if somebody's live? I don't know, Facebook, if you Facebook live, it'll tell you how many people are watching.
Oh, yeah.
On
After the fact, you can go back and look at videos and.
yeah, I think right now if I go to YouTube, it tells me how many people are watching. Yeah. No, it says one watching now, so I'm watching. There's one watching.
You were with Baker Tilly, the president. So property taxes usually goes up like about 500, 600 a year. She expects a deficit of 900,000. They're not even flat. She got the ball.
That's a year.
She showed the lid being flat too, but.
I got one too, but not for me, I got one for my daughter. I
It's a
don't,
budget.
I never did anything to mine.
I got to file it over there.
She said still wants to be put around, but they're proposed. It's gonna be a little challenge.
If this comes off, it's hard.
I didn't schedule any
Just
departure
on
on Thursday, so. I'm going to the Wednesday. I'm like,
You think that we actually.
Nice tan.
What's in that cup?
I did. I just, it's like really hard to have a conversation about it.
is it yours?
Yeah.
I should have known better.
Should have that.
Dennis. When this year last year.
He appreciated it, and I said, last year your concern was you were going to be careful about on your.
When was this year?
This gives you the flexibility of money, like a person.
There. So you guys count them.
I know.
It's his. Oh, yeah, exactly. We want to give you the flexibility. And it is a $1 premium.
Did you try that?
I said, everybody knows they felt like.
Gonna be one big good one. What's up, Johnny?
You know.
Not much anything like.
Bonnie, you wanna take this one?
Yeah.
There you go, won't you?
I said, tomorrow when he comes, like, oh, it's a Wednesday, I'm like, oh, okay.
Well, that was to make,
Just
from my truck. Oh, yeah. He learned how to cook the car.
Thank you for your needy council member.
These are with what you gave yesterday, Don. These are what's coming in on the big distribution. I just haven't. had
So
chance
this
to-
is already adjusted for yesterday's meeting.
Yes, and then this is what's gonna be going back in when I get a chance to.
And is that in the next 3 months or when does this come in?
Like it's there
Right now.
Just
Okay.
haven't. It's our big. Just
The big one, I think.
And I wanted to tell you yesterday, we took part of,
Kinda confusing. These are with
travel money.
things out yesterday, but this penciled number.
So I had-
coming
that's
back.
like-
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Didn't know you lived up on the trail.
Oh, yeah, right there. One yes,
Chance of.
Right there, What's this?
This is the railroad with what you guys did yesterday coming out of it, but this is the big distribution that's coming back in this week. I just haven't had a chance to do it yet, so these are what your total will be.
You're an amazing. Indian.
Are you missing
I
something?
try.
You look lost. What do you need? Who? Oh, okay.
Scarecrow one.
What you guys do? I think that's Dennis's.
Cause he was out there.
Do you have one in there?
Huh?
Yeah.
What's that? I got one too.
So I wanted to tell you too, yesterday, we decided we were gonna take part of my travel and mileage and put it in the 1217 county elected official fund. I need to keep that in there because sometimes we have district meetings and they're not state board. You don't use it a lot. I forgot.
Is there anyone else that we move that we need to make that same kind of adjustment?
Yeah, I heard you say.
I'll look in Joyce's, they make, district meetings, they have meetings all the time, and she can't use that 1217.
It's,
These are updated with those monies.
Oh,
Reflecting
Joyce is the same way.
I think
yesterday,
because
and
they.
this is the distribution that we do today, and this is.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know that we adjusted hers. We did. We did, what she said.
So Lee, if you'll go ahead and put that, make the auditors adjustment. with the-
Because I.
Come on, Mark. Plates are gonna fall.
How you doing, buddy?
How are you?
Did you just send, Tom, did you just assume let's do the 911 signatures first? and Get that out of the way. You wanna do it after lunch, it doesn't matter. No, we're.
I thought it ran you down one
This
day
is
coming in there, didn't it?
Funds adjusted for yesterday's actions, and then this
It's
is
up
money
to
that's
you, we can
coming.
do it now.
They got to.
Whatever, so that's what the balances will be.
Gotcha.
What do you wanna do? We go now? To take the 2 seconds.
Okay,
Seen that while you were coming out on morning side.
You guys changed the corner. Name.
Thank you.
Hey. I got away.
I wanna say thank you for doing that,
Y'all see when I get down in town, it's just nonstop.
points on the changes.
That's what's
And that's
funny,
very
that guy that takes over, he's like, you know, everybody down there said.
Yeah. Makes it much better. Before we get started, I just want to make a comment. This morning, David Bodar from the AIC was here, present a couple of scholarship checks. And he mentioned that the AIC is looking to contract with Dr. Larry DeVore, who used to be with Purdue University. He's an economist, to help go by county and try to wade through some of the effects of Senate Bill 1. Susan from Baker Tilly yesterday was here, and they gave us the numbers that they could come up with, but everyone is still dealing with the impact of Senate Bill 1 on those funds. So Dr. DeBoer, if he does that contract, will, drill down for each county, so we may get additional information from the AIC with Dr. DeBoer, which would be a blessing. So just so you know.
Thank you.
Before we start budgets, the commissioners are up first. Before we start budgets, we approved the 911 agreements yesterday, and we need to sign those those agreements for 911.
I did get a call at lunch from Greendale Mayor, was really happy
Oh,
about it. I wanted to let you know that.
well, we're happy that Vince is happy.
Happy that he's happy.
That's what I was thinking.
We're happy that he's happy.
He rode by me, he called me.
Sue, if you don't mind, we're just gonna get some housekeeping out of the way first.
You're up.
First, our budget today is location 13.
Bigger desk, you have everything except for that.
Hmm?
So the bigger desk, I have everything at my fingertips.
There.
I'm sure I can.
You want this one?
Are you ready? They were gonna sign, are you ready?
We're signing this. This is the housekeeping. We're trying to get these done so that,
Make sure it's up first.
It's all
Yeah.
different order on them.
One of you get that and the other get that.
yeah, location 13 is first.
Here, take this one, sir. Tommy. You took over here. Here.
Oh.
I have one of those.
I know. Sorry, I got you one.
Okay, thank you. At least that won't say.
So like the result.
Thank you, Sam. Better than not sleeping.
Yeah.
Oh.
I know.
Actually, you. That way we only have to get the cities and towns.
Okay, so sign each one of those and then pass them down. That's what we agreed. So this is the vote for it. But we agreed on those 911 contracts yesterday. So we need to have our signatures on that.
We're not gonna do it in case.
Get your hay sailed.
Oh, yeah. But I got those covered up too, so.
It's supposed to rain before soon.
Actually, well, they didn't know it was down the earlier.
Oh, really? Is that where your field is?
Well, I had. I don't want to on Sunday. I don't know. Had a 401 out there, so I was 30 and then like.
Right.
Huh?
City girls just good work into.
Fixing about ready to quit.
No, won't. Sorry, what?
That's another.
They took I need lows.
Is your brother farm too?
Yeah. He took over.
Two brothers?
My uncles took over family farm, I heard saying land. I helped him. Stuff out there still.
Oh, I gotta do all things. That's a lot of work. Even Jody farms, he's giving job people.
Yeah.
Guess you can go do that down there. You can sell them and do stuff.
There you go. So that the car something you can do.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You seem to catch Doug. Okay, Miss Hayden, we're ready to start with Commissioner's budget.
Good morning,
Location 13.
Sue Hayden, County Administrator, and I'm not sure exactly how you want to proceed. Usually you could just go down our,
Primarily if there are major changes. I mean, if everything, whatever's the same and things that are, just like certain things are contracts or like health insurance, that sort of thing.
right, and I think the contracts were always highlighted. The major increases basically are the workers' comp and liability. And through trending, it was suggested that we raise that 6%. So that's, those numbers that are in there are reflecting a 6% increase of what we had last year.
Okay, I do have a question on 31-301, the Harrison EMS contract. Are
Right.
they still just doing a 1 year?
No, we had a 3-year and this is the last, 3-year, this is the
This
last
is
of the
year 3 of
3-year.
3?
And each year it was a 7% increase. So starting next year, we'll talk with them or we'll make some kind of an adjustment as to whether we're going to continue doing that. Or if they will, lower the percentage each year, but we locked it in for 3 years and this is the last year.
Okay.
One other increase that's a little bit higher, about $20,000, is the pictometry, which is 36503. And the reason why that has gone up is because every 3 years we were doing new flights. And this flight, they are offering a new imagery, which is a 1-inch imagery, and it comes down closer. And you can actually read the street signs on, that's how well the imagery is. It literally makes it easier for the assessor's office and everybody else to tell if it's a pole barn, if it's a house, because they can do a lot of that without going
On site.
site visit.
That makes a lot of sense.
Dude, I got a question on the lawsuits and settlement fees.
The 31102.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like in 2024, we spent 10,000 and 26, you're asking for 25,000.
It's always, if you go back through the history, I've been working here 17 years and through the whole time I've been working with the budget, it's always been at 25,000. The reason why they leave it, council has left it at 25 is because we used to get a lot of lawsuits through the jail. And we don't know when those bills come in. We might get a lawsuit tomorrow that happened in 16. And so the billings come in after the fact, so we always kept it at 25 just in case we needed that cash flow or the payment.
Liz?
Most of the time we don't use it, so it rolls right back over.
Right.
We can move lobbyists out of there, can't
Get
we?
lobbying some medic shots, move them to
Riverboat.
Riverboat, yeah. So on the 31303 EMT training, in 24, they expended close to 30,000, we budgeted 50. So far this year, we have expended nothing. Could we lower that to 30, you think?
Which one is that again? I'm sorry.
31303.
EMT training.
Yeah, I found it. So that's a placeholder for the classes that they start up. And since we started paying, with the EMS lit, I do know that there's 2 people that are going through paramedic training that I won't use this money this year, but I'll use it next year. So, that's probably close to 12,000 a person.
Really?
Yeah. That will reimburse.
Where do they get that training?
Um, Indiana State, I think, or not Indiana State, it's the
State.
Cincinnati State. Yeah, that's what it was.
There's some other colleges that do it.
So we probably ought to leave that at 50.
So that's not something we can take out of the EMS lit?
I don't think the training you can. I think
Okay.
the lid is specifically set aside for staffing. Isn't that what that's? What the contract's on? I don't know if you could take that out of EMS lid or not.
You probably could.
Yeah, that's what we were just, I think, your EMS lit only for EMS services, and I think I would think the argument would be that paying for the trained EMS would fall under an EMS service. Our contracts with EMS providers limit those funds to staffing, but as far as statutorily, I think, I think that would fly.
And I guess I don't know how much we collect in the EMS lit. I thought everything we collected basically went for the
No.
contract.
No, we tried with every fund to never expend to the penny.
Right,
So there should always be some carry forward.
okay,
And that's the only reason we were able to fund the life squad that we approved yesterday.
right.
It's if you budgeted to the penny on that, there would never be anything for incidentals that come up.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
So-
Baker Tilly gave us, we had some margin there yesterday in that report, so I would, if everybody else is comfortable with it, I'd prefer to move that to the EMS lit if we can.
Leah, do you have a problem with the way this is advertised, moving that to the EMS lit?
No.
Does everyone feel like we ought to move that to the EMS lit? Dan?
Yep.
Glenn, everybody have?
Yep.
Any thoughts on that?
Sense to me.
Let's fund 1236. Okay. Any other changes you want to address?
The only other change, would be for that fund that you were just talking about. I've added in the 12,000 or $20,000 and then whatever Leah added for perf and benefits, for the EMS director,
You got
Right.
somebody for that?
Mr. Jason.
Let's stay on county general for now.
Okay. In county general, the only other, larger change would be the Pauls, and they're here to speak with you about that. Which
That is 38016.
38016. That's
Yeah, well, let's just do that now then.
What's the livestock?
That's
life, that's the bovine, the health
Tuberculosis?
department makes us do that, and yes, hoof and mouth. We rarely use it, but that's the amount that the state has determined that we keep in there. It's an automatic amount.
Well, that's when Larry Smith and got the brucellosis up at like over.
Yeah. Only 1 or 2 times since I've been here have I ever paid anything and we pay the veterinarians usually.
Is everyone ready to hear from Pause? Dan, Glenn, Dennis, everyone ready to listen?
Yep.
To Pauses. There was a letter in your packet regarding their request for an increase.
We have something to hand out if that's okay.
Sure.
We love handouts.
Awesome. Hi.
Hey, good morning.
We have several to keep them company.
I see that. You have a lot of papers in front of you.
Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Patrice, are you on the board?
Yes, and it's not. Absolutely. You need one too? Please. Come on, do if you got an extra. I've got an extra. I printed it up. Yeah, you. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Patrice Ligon. On behalf of PAWS, I am the secretary on the board. And this is Martin DeJulia. I think some of you also know him, since he's been a longtime staple here in Lawrenceburg.
Yes,
Right?
it's 2002. And also when I literally ran into Paws on Ridge Avenue in Greendale with the dog machete.
I personally have been involved in PAWS only for the last 3 years as a board member. Recently became secretary, but I've had a lifelong commitment to just animals in general. And I've also worked here in Dearborn County at US Bank for 18 years. So I think I've seen some of your faces around. They look very familiar to me. So within the presentation, you should have already have received the information about our ask and kind of the reasons why. I just thought I would putting it in a little bit more professional form. It's very professional, but it's also, I want to speak to a couple of things that I've added to it. So which is awesome. So if you flip, I think you all know that the state law changed in 2021. We were mandated to spay and neuter all of our animals. Prior to that, there was some, we would offer help with spaying and neutering. Some people would take them on their own. Some people wouldn't, which obviously led to animals coming back into the shelter for those reasons. So with that change in the code, we now spay and neuter every animal that comes into the Humane Center. Our ask for this year, if you flip to page 3, is to submit for a 20% increase in monthly funding, which would total $16,500 per month beginning in 2026. And that's just to continue to provide the high quality and legally compliant animal care that we do here for Dearborn County. Okay. If you look at the next page, again, we're going pretty fast through this. On page 4, the background. Obviously, we've been operating as a shelter since 2011. And in 2022, we increased the county, the commissioners increased our budget to 11,000, which we did appreciate. We came last year and said, you know, we actually truly need more than that to help continue to run the humane shelter at its level. And the commissioners so granted us an approved 25% increase to 13,750, which was amazing. Thank you very much on behalf of PAWS and the other board members that are here. We do very much appreciate
If I
that.
could just interject for a second.
Yes,
That was an unusually large one-time increase.
yes,
And it was only because there had been many years
correct.
where PAWS had never asked for a change in the county's support level.
Yes.
So we did the math. If we had done a percentage over those years in which no requests had been made, that way we felt like we made the PAWS commitment, the county's commitment to PAWS whole at that level.
Okay,
So it wasn't like a one-time, I mean, it was a one-time increase. But
yes,
the reason was because there were those many years that nothing had been changed. So we thought in fairness to make some adjustment to that level that we had normally done. And that's why there was such a huge jump last year.
and we definitely appreciate that. And it was under the understanding that it was going to be looked at possibly each year for the next couple of years, just depending on what we saw, what was going on in the economy, how, you know, everything is increasing. So that's why we're back asking for some more support to increase by 20% to the new level.
And how I recall it was, we'd asked for a substantial increase of approximately 40%. And last year, the council was very generous and we can't do all of that. So we were given like a 25% and then asked to come back each until we can kind of get to that level. And so that's what we're here today for, is to come back and ask for some more.
If you flip to page 5, you will see that over the course since 2011, consumer price index has increased by 41.23. So if you look at the inflation with a projected increase of 2.3 here just in 2025. Our expanded scope of services, if you go back to the left, we continue to house animal control. We continue to cover the space that has utilities, costs, and everything. We also directly care for any quarantined or seized animals. I think that's well known that we do care for them. We try and meet the growing animal welfare standards. There's a lot of pushback from the community that is like, well, why aren't you taking care? You probably see that online. There's a lot of that. So we try and help where we can. We've elevated care and reduced euthanasia through robust rehoming partnerships and programmatic support. So not only do we do what we do through inside the humane shelter, but we try and give education and all of that outside. There's a constant way. I mean, just me personally, I try and do that myself. So with people that I meet. Going back over to the CPI index, if you take a look, the biggest issue that we are seeing year over year increases is in the medical cost, just in medical supplies, with the changes in the tariffs and everything. We're continuing to think about how we are going to more buy in bulk versus, buy as needed. So that way we could maybe get a discount. But we do not know what's going to go on with all of that, and they haven't fully hit yet. So, but total expenses for 2024, this is a line item off our P&L, 249, 813, 87. Or sorry, 749, 813, 87. I wish it was 749, 813, 87. So you can kind of see, part of the reason why we're asking is that. But you may ask why. So let me turn it over to Marty real quick, and then I'll come back over to me as to what our impact is as far as the live release rate. So we're on page 6
Of
of the presentation.
And we have become members of a nationwide movement of no kill. That is to try to reduce euthanasia rates to about 90% in shelters and centers, those charged with animal care. And the leader of this is Best Friends, who initially was a group of people in Utah who started a shelter of their own in 1984. And since then, it's just kind of become a huge movement. Not only do they have their original place in Utah, they also have a place in Salt Lake City, Utah, as well as the place in Kanab, Utah, where they started, Los Angeles, Arkansas, Southwest Arkansas, also in, I believe, New York City. And so there's like a nationwide network of facilities. We have been, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, become recognized by Best Friends. And this current edition from Best Friends magazine, there was an article on the no-kill movement and how close the nation is nationwide of shelters and facilities meeting that standard. And one of the quotes at the very end was, "Every shelter that has reached no kill has done it because the community has been there to lend a hand." And the county, because we have the partnership with animal control and state law requiring spaying and neuter, which is an excellent idea. I mean, that needs to happen and it's mandated by statute, but there are costs to provide levels of care. So in order to meet that, the county is a big part of reaching what we need financially, but we also ourselves as volunteers are putting in a lot of hours. And before I move on to what we try to do to raise funds ourselves is on page 8 is actual website on Best Friends that is about Dearborn County, the Falls Center in Dearborn County. And we are not just us on this website, it's across the nation. We're tied into a nationwide program so that we're out there not just locally here in the tri-state area, but across the United States. And so page 8 is actually our website in the Best Friends network.
I encourage you all to go if you're ever wanting more to understand about what a no-kill shelter is. I encourage you all to go to their organization's website. There's a lot of information out there, and we do quote them a lot in our education to the public. So,
And on page 9, we are raising, just ourselves, and the whole process, the history of PAWS, at least from when I remember literally running into them in 2002, was the shelter in Manchester, which when I grew up in Dearborn County, that's where it was at. And it was not a good experience to have. As Boy Scouts, we would go out and do maintenance and, yard work and things like that. And I would never have imagined then that when I came back in 2002, that it still kind of was there, and it, was like, oh. So the history of PAWS was in 2002, maybe even a little before that, was to replace the shelter in Manchester. And in 2011, a lot of time and energy went into getting the center built. And at that point in time, I sort of thought, okay, it's done. Well, I learned in 2022, when I was asked to be on the board, that all of the work that went to create the center, the same amount of time, energy, and commitment is, you have to keep it up and running, and not just in a just sort of ordinary way, but to actually reach a place that there's a certain pride there, is a lot of, requires a lot of work. And so this past year in 2024.
do you want me to go over it?
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously we know the ask to you is significant. We understand that to the community, but we wanted to show you what we as board members and as the staff of the shelter have tried to do to decrease our expenses over the last year. There's been a lot of board meetings, budget meetings between us and the director to try and figure out how to get expenses down and to also increase the revenue piece. So our fundraising just in 2024 from the 4 large events, this does not include any of the smaller events that are run by the shelter. The 2 rummage sales, which you probably are very familiar with, that happen in the fall and the spring. The Wagon Purr, which will be a little bit differently named this coming year, but we are still having it. And the Holiday Expo that takes part right down here. Those events raised over $110,000 in 2024. But more importantly, those events were manned by board members and volunteers to the tune of over 10,000 hours total. I personally gave 40 hours the week of the rummage sale out of my own time, either through volunteering or taking it unpaid to go over there. And that's just me. That didn't include my kids and other family members and all the rest of the volunteers. So it takes a lot to run these events, and we do not ask that the staff of the Humane Shelter do that. We do that because we know it is imperative that we get these events done to go to our bottom line. We have been controlling payroll. If you look, we are down year over year, $23,269.97. That comes from natural attrition of employees leaving and not replacing all vacancies. We are down 2 full-time and 2 part-time since January of this year. We are controlling overtiming, and we're using more volunteers. We are working on getting a more robust volunteer system within the shelter, so that way we can call on them more when we have extra need. We are also cutting medical expenses. I kind of talked about that just a little bit ago, down $15,129 year over year. We are using Dr. Kemper to do spay and neuters. This is significantly less than using local veterinarians. So we wanted to show you what we are trying to do besides coming to you.
Where's Dr. Kemper located?
She's actually, I
I'm
know,
going to refer to him.
looking to leave, but she was here locally at Lawrenceburg Veterinary Clinic, and I actually had her at the vet. She's an excellent, wonderful person. She's in Ripley County. I can't right now recall. It's a veterinary.
What was it?
Lock Creek Valley veterinary clinic.
So do
And,
we transport the animals to Offrey Valley for the spay and neutering and then transport them back or just?
No, she comes in.
She comes in like on a set day. I just actually had a cat, a community cat fixed on Tuesdays, usually the Tuesday mornings. So she is, a real asset, and I know she's not necessarily doing it for free, but just the costs of medicine and medical procedure equipment is itself the cost, not her per se. So we're lucky to have her.
Yes.
It's roughly about between a quarter and a third of what going to a veterinarian's office.
And without necessarily the transport, that takes time, energy and cost.
Yes.
Right.
So in conclusion, if you flip to page 10, we respectfully request a 20% increase in monthly funding from $13,750 to $16,500 per month, starting in 2026, so that we can continue to make Dearborn County a model of compassionate and responsible animal care facility. And on behalf of all the staff and volunteers of Paws of Dearborn County, we do appreciate your consideration for this. And if you have any questions, we're happy to answer. I might have to defer over to them because they have been with us a longer time, but we thought we would give you a couple of new faces up here asking this year.
Well, thank you for the information. It's a good presentation.
Thank you.
I would say the one thing that Dennis and I were on the animal task force back in the day when the new shelter was purchased, and the agreement between the county and Paws on how that was going to be operated. And from day one, animal control was always supposed to be a part of that building. That was part of the agreement. And the funding of the county's part was what we took was the shelter portion of our budget that we had been using for years. And that's how we drive first figure on how to go forward with this.
Okay.
The unpleasant news for Dearborn County Council, for not just Paws, but for everyone in the county, is that our budget analyst was here yesterday, and the effect of Senate Bill 1, if you follow legislation at all, it has to do with property taxes. So there was a major changes. The auditor can attest to how complicated this is. And in fact, the professional who was here yesterday that we contract with said there's still so many moving parts that it's hard to nail down the exact amount of how this is going to play out for counties.
Okay.
And the Association of Indiana Counties is looking to even contract with an economist to look at counties to help, nail down a number, because it's so complicated. I couldn't even tell you the number of changes that were made in the way they calculate property taxes and how they changed classes and how they changed deductions and everything else. But the long and the short of it is Dearborn County government for 26, instead of having a slight increase in property tax revenue, is looking at a $900,000 loss. So unfortunately, we're not really in a position, we're deeply concerned on how we're going to be operating in 26. So this is, y'all do a great job. And there's no question that your volunteers are amazing, and everyone who has been with Paws from day one to now. I would hope that the county could do a 3% raise. I know that's not what you're looking for. And that would, I think we would round that up to $170,000. But this is something that we'll have to look at as we go forward. And I don't think we can give you an answer today, but I think the consensus on council is that given that shortfall, we're going to be struggling with our 2026 budget. And that's because of Senate Bill 1.
Okay.
And we have no control over that.
No, you don't.
So unfortunately, that's where we are.
Okay. Well, we certainly appreciate it. Obviously, we will wait to hear back from you. When are we thinking that we would know something? Because like I said, we're just trying to get our own budget in line for next year.
I mean, anyone here can speak, but I feel like we're going to end up at 170.
Okay.
I mean, we're hoping to
3.
We're hoping to, well, we don't even know if we can give our own employees a raise. So we're not locked into that.
I got it.
%. But that to me is the best case scenario.
Okay.
And I know
Are you
that's-
anticipating any cut to ours?
Well, we're here this week to figure out
Okay.
how we're going to get to where we need to get.
Okay.
But You can contact the auditor's office. I would think by Friday we'd have an idea on where we are going to land. But it's gonna be, this is one of the worst budgets since 2017, I think, that we've had to deal with.
Well, there's a saying, something rolls downhill. It's coming from the top
Right.
down.
I have one question for you. So, y'all are doing a great job with what you got to work with there. And with your fundraising and with what the county is giving you, that's approximately 35% of your budget, it look like, just with the numbers you gave us. Where does your additional funds come from?
Our additional funds come from bequests, from estates, things like that. We get a lot of people that will just donate. And then the others is obviously adoption fees. And then throughout the year, we are consistently, like for extraordinary surgeries, measures, things like that, that go over and above what we would normally do, to save the life of the animal. We have what we call an angel fund that gets money that people specifically designate to that fund. That would help save, maybe remove a leg or remove an eye, things like that, that we wouldn't necessarily do. And then we also, we have some other smaller, like I said, fundraising events that I really didn't even put in there. That we're
Good
gonna
at that
do
many
throughout the
people in
year.
the community are that caring to
Yes,
donate.
we have an
Is your
amazing
balance sheet all right at the present time? I mean.
We do some cash infusions into it, throughout the year from some, extra funds that we have from, older bequests to us. But we are very limited to what we can ask for and why. So certain capital improvements that we need, we will go to that and ask. But those are due to the fact that, one, we need it for, the shelter to stay viable. Or two, we need it because rummage sales bring in so much. We have recently asked for some extra space alongside our barn area, so that way we can move an unsightly trailer off of our lot. And
Is that like endowment money then or something
Mhm.
like that? Okay.
yeah,
Yes.
If you don't mind coming to the,
Oh, no, not at all.
and identifying yourself too, Pat. I know people who look forward to your rummage sales.
yes, yeah, they always ask, when is it?
You know what, and we run contrary to the economy. The worse the economy is, the more in demand and sought after our rummage sales are, and I absolutely get it. Because we're selling some really nice stuff for just pennies on the dollar. But sir, I just wanted to answer your question about endowments. We are fortunate in that a former Hidden Valley Lake resident left us an IRA with her passing that is still located at Merrill Lynch. We have converted it into an endowment account, and we take income from that every month.
I see.
And I know that in the past, we've been questioned, why don't we just run that down rather than coming to you hat in hand? But the reality is, as we look at our long-term financial planning, we don't want to withdraw any more than a certain amount. We want the principal to be there
Right, that's.
for as long as possible, because we would not be able to function at all if we did not take that income every month. So that is the gap. And to just expand a little bit on what Patrice said, when we run into difficulties, we go to Merrill and we ask to have some additional funds above and beyond what's just automatically transferred every month to close our gap.
So they're like an administrator of that.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
They are. They run it. They will lecture me profusely if I come to them hat in hand for money above and beyond the monthly
Right.
transfer. The caution being, at some point in time, you run this down and it will not generate any income.
So that lady had her act together.
You know, she really did. Emily Myers, just a wonderful supporter of us in life and in death. Her legacy keeps us viable.
Do any of the municipalities help fund Paul's?
No, for our fundraisers, we may get specific grants. Both Greendale and Lawrenceburg have helped us out
Gotcha.
with our fundraisers.
The city gives us $7,000.
And yes, I'm sorry.
7,000.
Yes, the city of Lawrenceburg.
But they cut all the nonprofits they were contributing to them. So if you had a capital improvement need, you could ask the community foundation for a grant.
We have asked them. Also, there is a portion of Ms. Meyer's estate that is in a trust also with Merrill, administered by a trustee. And since we do not generate enough cash flow for meaningful capital improvements, we will put together a case with multiple bids defining the capital need, and the trustee will evaluate that and decide if it is worthy of taking money out of the trust.
But we don't control it.
No, we do not.
But to Mr. Julia's point, from where it was in Manchester to what we have today, I mean, kudos to Paws and all the countless volunteers who worked for years to make that happen. And there were numbers of locations were looked at over the course of years. And as it turns out, that turned out to be where geographically it's located. And it's just perfect for something like Paws with the trails and everything behind
It
it.
is, it is.
So we were very, very blessed with
It is
that.
wonderful,
So
and
I
thank
think it was
you.
a win for Dearborn County government for animal control, and y'all are doing with the shelter.
You know it is, and I don't know it, and I'll just take a couple minutes of your time. In the past week or so, the I-team has done an expose on animal shelters.
I just brought that up
And
yesterday.
I just want to point out to you that we've been out looking pretty darn good in terms of the animals we save and the money we spend vis-a-vis other shelters. So we're proud of that.
Butler
And
County got a black eye, right?
yes, well,
Big time.
you know, they did, but they're a large urban setting. They're taking in predominantly pits and pit mixes. It's a tough business
Yeah.
since they've gone to no kill.
Appreciate everything you folks are
Yeah.
doing.
Well, thank you.
One
Thank you
quick
for your time.
question. You have a total pets entering 1,155. Do you know approximately how many of those are surrendered on their own from folks versus coming through animal control or I don't know what the different avenues for
The
how.
majority of them are either found and brought in or surrendered on their own. The Animal control,
The numbers changed a lot when we moved in town. Before people, when the shelter was out in the county, it was too far for people to go, they would just drop them off and then animal control. But now that it's centrally located, actually, if someone encounters a stray on the property, they themselves can bring it to us. Animal control still goes out, but not to the degree that they used to, because people will take it, be responsible and bring it to us.
I don't think a lot of people even knew where the old place was back in the day, yeah.
And it was rather sad.
again, thank you all so much for your very valuable time. We do appreciate it.
Thank you for all you do. And for all this
Should
good
we,
information.
come next year, maybe we'll have a better sense of where the budget, the numbers lie.
I'll just touch base. with you.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah,
Sounds
thank you.
Good luck on all of your decisions. I do not envy you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That. Sue, do you have anything else for the commissioners?
No, unless you, touch base on the, lit.
Let's finish that one. And we did move lobbyists and medic shots into our proposal.
Right.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So the EMS lid is Fund 1236.
So originally it was 3 million, then I added the 20,000 for the salary for the director. And then you guys put the 50,000 in there.
Right. As far as I'm concerned, the EMS lit budget is fine.
Okay.
Does anyone have any questions or comments about it?
No, I mean, those contracts we pay for the other, like St. Leon and whatnot can't be in there, right? They need to stay in the commissioner's budget. The EMS contracts with like St. Leon and.
Oh, for the first responder stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, those stay in the commissioner's budget for the first responder, those separate, the ones that are smaller.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't have any questions.
So is everyone good with the commissioner's budget? Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Next on our agenda for today is the treasurer. And that's location 4, and Kayla's here.
Hello, Haley. Good, how are you? Thanks. Oh.
How are you? So I am Haley Hatfield. I am the treasurer. I just wanted to, make a little request, regarding my first deputy, Jacob Billman. He is a very important part of my office. He runs the day-to-day actions, spot on with our calendar, handles everything, mortgage companies, customer problems, banking issues. I would be lost without him. I mean, when I came into the office, he trained me as an employee. I just was requesting that if there would be a possibility to get him a salary increase, maybe even change his title to first deputy / office manager, because he literally does manage the office. His biggest task, of course, is reconciling the bank accounts. Most of them are fairly simple because we don't do a lot of transactions out of them. However, the Civista General, where everything is coming in, can be a bit challenging. There are a lot of transactions monthly, and I can't think of one month where there hasn't been obstacles and problem solving. Mostly to do with departments not turning in all their receipts correctly. And he goes above and beyond to do the research to find out which department it is, what date it was, and what we need to get that solved. Needless to say, he's amazing at it, gets it done in a timely manner, balanced to the penny. And during our busy times, tax collection is still on track while helping us collect payments and help customers. In the past, from my understanding, during those times, whoever would be reconciling may have to come in on a weekend or work late at a night or take it home with them to try to get it done. He doesn't have to. He's phenomenal. So I understand just from listening to, what you said to Paul, is absolutely, the budget is going to be hard to come up with. And I fully respect that. I just wanted to make that request. Cause
We definitely want to try to keep good employees.
sure, yes, and that's my thing. I don't think he's going anywhere, but I would love to help him if I could, because I really appreciate him and what he does.
Was that the biggest, I know postage is going up, so you have a $10,000 increase in postage.
Yeah,
And
and
that's in the works,
yeah,
so that needs to happen.
yeah,
And you have to mail certain stuff based on state law, right? I mean,
yes, and
things
honestly,
are changing nowadays, but a lot of that stuff and
yeah.
postage rates go up every time you turn around.
They're ridiculous. And honestly, my office, we hardly mail anything. The courts, my gosh, yesterday I came upstairs and there were 3 mail bins full for jury. And I'm like, oh, well, I better check the balance on the machine because I'm getting ready to leave for a conference. So had to load more on there. They have to send those things. I dealt with Wendy, the clerk, this morning, getting stuff ready from elections and dealing with mailing things out for voters who have incorrect addresses.
Is that in this postage or?
We mail our tax bills
Mhm.
and tax sale.
Our tax sale letters, yes, all of that is in there.
So is the election postage in this item or is that in Wendy's election budget?
So Wendy requests, I believe, from the state an allotment for postage. And then how we do it is I give her a voucher to place a claim with Leah to load that money onto the postage machine account.
2,000 per election.
For elections.
Yes. But I think the bulk of our stuff is the courts and their certified mailings that they have to send out. Margie from Superior Court brought this big packet to me the other day that
was too heavy for the postage machine in general of a prisoner who requested their entire packet. And it was ridiculous. But here we are. So, that's
something-
kind of out of all of our control regarding the postage. I definitely would rather be safe than sorry.
Sure.
I mean, my
I
God,
think they're talking about raising the price of first class stamps.
yes,
Did
So
again,
there's-
didn't
they just did in July, and it's like, I feel like it's every 6 months.
Right.
Well, apparently they say they're still losing money, so it is what it is, but
All I get is
Anyway.
junk at my house.
we'll, consider, your request for Jacob Bellman.
Thank you.
But the postage, I think, is something we have to do.
Sure.
So
Yes.
I don't see anything else on the
Son,
budget.
Jacob he lives in Dillsboro, but I believe that he is originally from Rising Sun, possibly. I know that his dad raised the kids around here and he had like a concrete business.
Yep.
So I think they moved a lot though, so it is possible that they at some point were in Sunman, yes. But he's a really good, I call him a kid. He's a good kid. He's younger than I am. He's a good kid. He's dependable. He's here every day, on time and professional, and
Haley, would you say the office manager role is something new that he's taken on, or has he always kind of done that unofficially?
my opinion is that he's done it unofficially. From my understanding, he started part-time and worked his way up, finally made it to full-time, and he learned the role and he just has taken off with it. It's fantastic.
so you're basically, there's been a change in the duties from the third deputy. I guess that's what he is now.
He's the first deputy.
first deputy.
He's the first deputy.
But there's a change, you're saying there's a change basically because of what he's done and the duties that.
I feel like he's more of an office manager, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if it's necessary to change his title or if it would help with my request, but
Well, there's other, like in
really-
your office, there's someone who's something in slash office manager, so the job description or his 11101 could go from be first deputy slash office manager.
Yeah, she's settlement director slash.
Right.
so yeah,
There's the precedent for this.
And that way, if we replace the first deputy, that this doesn't affect the pay rates, or if there's another, I don't know, another deputy. Just want to be careful about trying to justify why one person gets it and one person doesn't. It's the additional responsibilities as the office manager.
correct.
Does everyone want to make that change or you want to think about it? Does anyone have any thoughts on it?
Sounds to me like he's kind of jumped in there and took the bull by the horns and done
He's
more
good
than
with
once.
us. He's really good.
Are we in agreement to make that change from,
I mean, I think it's a good idea,
Okay.
but I agree with Tim that we have to differentiate between the first deputy and.
well, this will be first deputy slash office manager.
Or should I just leave it office manager, cause there's other people in that first step, and that's like a whole new.
Did not have a first deputy.
Yeah, that's why I just didn't know if it was a stipend for the office man, like he's still first deputy, but then there's a stipend for office manager, or if it's a new title, whatever. Makes it work right with the rest of the system.
Right, and I'm not clear on how that all works, like when Barb came and requested for the second full-time slot in our office to be returned. And then it was given to me, I was third deputy, and the person I hired to replace me is third deputy.
So as far as you're concerned, the title doesn't matter to you as much as his
As his pay.
recognizing his abilities and what he's actually
Sure,
has to do
yes.
in the pay change.
Yes,
Well,
So-
you want to give him some type of promotion.
it absolutely.
No, I mean, the 48,000, I'm not quibbling with that. My concern is for the auditor's office on how this 11-101, if that's gonna be a change in the position, or if it's gonna be first deputy slash office manager.
Job description.
That's what I'm asking.
Just wanna do office manager.
I think that's better.
Then you
I think
guys
that's
would know it's not a first step,
Right.
with better word of leave, and
And we can do that.
Yeah,
Y'all
I
can
can
just make
just-
that change. Okay. All right.
That's fair.
Okay.
Thank you
I'm
guys so
glad you
much.
got them. That's great.
I'm so grateful.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank
Thank
you,
you so much,
Haley.
you guys.
Thanks, Haley.
Thank you.
Next is Eric Hartman with maintenance, and that's location 19.
Morning.
How you doing?
Location 19.
They said they're just kind of.
Well.
Everything, you're so lazy.
Yeah, it would be the first time, huh? What number was it, Liz?
Location 19. So there's no changes in his county general budget. And we are not gonna be able to make decisions about raises until the, yeah. So, yeah, you heard about the $900,000 loss.
Yeah, I heard it.
Eric, how long has your position, your custodian 2 position been vacant?
Couple weeks.
Couple weeks?
I got one hard in the wings doing the physical thing and all that kind of stuff right now.
Great.
Yeah, the other person retired. Yeah. I lost a couple to retirement.
Yeah, I understand Mr. Caldwell's doing a good job.
Yep.
That's great. There are no changes in his county general. The human building is the same. There's usual things that get replaced and things like pest control and that sort of thing. The new item on Cume Cap is the balcony removal and installing a window instead at Hoosier Square. And you understand that's a safety issue.
Yeah. Safety issue, and like I said. Yeah, help on the heating and air too, because it's much cold air and that, but the safety part of it, it just been there. I thought it might have should been be addressed, but it's not necessary that you have to do it tomorrow, but then you're just kicking the can down the.
So it's currently a door to a balcony and you're gonna remove that door, remove the balcony?
There's 3 balconies and then close it in siding and put a window in the spot and then get rid of the balconies afterward.
Have you gotten estimates for this or?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think it makes sense.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any objections to this?
No.
45, 300 for the balcony removal?
Oh.
Everyone's good with that? Okay.
I got in a way bad news.
Okay.
You got a fire alarm system that's with Siemens, that's the courthouse and the jails. It's at the point of no return. You can't get parts, you know, because they've been saying that for a couple of years, but I was, oh, you can get parts. And it had been up until last week. They contacted 7 different vendors to come up with the part we needed for the EST system. But basically it's obsolete. And we're gonna have to do something and it'll have to be done. This is a heads up. I ain't got no hard numbers. I got budgetary number. Today was like 225,000. But the guys come down tomorrow to go through the. He's got all the points because they got all the information because they got the system, but he has no idea where they have to go into the cells and the crawl spaces and the interstitial spaces and
So is the interior wiring have to be replaced and everything?
yeah.
Really?
Good.
Would you say
Good,
225?
around that, that's just a preliminary budget. It's-
Leah said Cume Cap is healthy enough to take it if you need. it.
Cause I know Liz, you had asked me and I don't, it just didn't strike me with this. We was that desperate because
Right.
we had parts a couple of years ago, it was fine, but
Well, we're gonna have, and we'll have a regular council meeting in November, so you don't even have to put it in your budget for 20.
no, I just wanted to.
But I'm just saying that we've got this is why you've got funds that you want to have a balance in.
Right.
Cume Cap, Cume Courthouse, because things like this arise.
Right.
And that's obviously a serious safety
Yes, it
issue.
is.
So if you have numbers ready and you want to present this in the November meeting to have that work being done sooner rather than later,
Right.
then
Yeah, it's
Just-
gonna have to be sooner because.
Well, then let's plan on you getting the information to the auditor's office in
I
time for
will.
them to
Like I said,
advertise.
I'll know more after tomorrow.
Okay. And it can wait till then?
Yeah,
What does that control? Just the alarm system or the
yeah.
sprinklers or?
It's tied in with the sprinkler systems, or it's tied in with the alarm systems, and it takes it everything over to CC1. That's, we don't pay another firm to call the fire department,
Yeah,
but. And it's tied in with it, with all the Siemens system in the admin has been upgraded a couple years ago. And this building is a different company, but it still it sees it. If there's fire alarm, it goes off. They're in sync, so. But it's all the old part of the jail and the new part of the jail. And the courthouse.
What about the system in Hoosier Square?
That's different.
And it's in good shape?
Yeah, it is.
Then I
It was redone when it was remodeled.
Okay. Then I would think we want to do this in November.
Yeah.
And get it taken care of.
Right.
And we have always said, when we set our schedule, that as needed, additional meetings are, so if it becomes an emergency situation, we need it before
So
November.
I just talked to Jim about it just a couple minutes ago, because it's that new.
Eric, is it something that multiple contractors can bid, or is it just gotta be this one that works with our system?
See, I don't know. we're gonna have to look into that, because I don't know if they're gonna have to change more stuff to be compatible. I don't know.
Who's the company who's coming down tomorrow?
Siemens.
Siemens.
Johnson Controls, the one that's got this fire alarm system. Used to be Simplex, and then they got bought out, and Johnson Controls. So,
be interesting if we could get a price for both of them.
I know,
They
I
could compare.
figured that, because you're talking that kind of money.
Yeah,
And make sure they know that,
Yeah,
that way they sharpen their pencil a little bit more.
Okay, we can plan on, at least doing it in November.
Yeah.
And if there's it seems like it's more critical than if we need to call an additional meeting, you can't have people's safety at risk.
Shut down as far as the system is.
If the alarm part will still work, it's in the trouble state. Then we have a communication fault, which is they can't talk to each other,
Right.
right? But the alarm system part still works, so.
I'm trying to look at it from a safety perspective.
We're compliant, we just can't monitor very well.
But it ain't okay with fire marshal when they're in trouble. I mean, he comes quite often anymore, at least once a year. Cause he brings that up if he sees the light blinking on there, if it's not been reset, so, cause it's not compliant. Even when you got a trouble, even though fire alarms will still go off, it's no okay with fire marshal.
So Mark made the comment about if it were, if this condition is more severe and becomes, more dire.
I'll keep you posted.
But,
I know
but the commissioners could
Declare an
decide it's an
emergency.
emergency, and then we would have to fund it, after it's done.
So we'll wait to hear back.
Right, but I mean, I think the council understands that this is something that needs to be done and that their funds are in place. And thankfully, the commissioners raised that King Cap rate a few years ago. So it's allowed us to, we've done a lot of improvements to these buildings.
I know.
So, and you keep us in good shape. So we appreciate that.
All right.
Okay. Well,
you got another good 20 years left in you, right?
Yeah.
Mark will pick you up and bring you to work every day.
He might be picking me up.
Anybody has anything else for Mr. Hartman? Okay, I think we're good.
Good job.
Thank you for everything you do.
Appreciate you, Eric.
That's everyone who's scheduled for this morning.
Did you, for the treasurer, we kind of, like that, do you want me to put it in at her requested amount?
Yes,
Okay.
and change it to office manager. Okay. Unfortunately, tomorrow is so heavy. Yeah, and some of the
Heavy hitters are coming in tomorrow.
some of the ones that are more difficult to
Trying to wrangle the judges and everybody's like herd cat when I'm
Oh, I'm not complaining about you, believe me. I'm just saying it's, tomorrow's gonna be the day. Okay. Very bad. They do a lot. It's like, I'm a man, but when I grew up in Grand Island, I grew up in a very small town. And I remember one of the things I said, what did you take over the world? And he's like, it's not, there's no flow. And everyone's got different beliefs. It's like,
I ran the math real quick and showed Mark while they were talking, so their budget's $750,000. Well, they had 1,155 animals, that's $650 per animal is what
Right.
they're spending.
I noticed that.
That's per animal that walks in the door and might leave 2 days later because it was picked up by, hey, thanks for picking up my dog. That's a pretty good budget.
And when you pick it up later, they charge you.
Yeah. I asked him, so what if my dog gets out and some good, well-do neighbor takes it to Paul's and they spay or neuter my dog? Like, does that put us in a position?
yes. Laws were cutting free and dentists cutting, so.
Gatekeepers, huh? Right?
You gotta think a lot of this. I'm right, I'm on. Yeah, when I saw that number of animals they had and the total number they wanted,
Yeah.
I went. That's.
I told you guys, when we've done we did a fundraiser years ago at La Rosa's and Paws and I don't know if it was a Heart House or something, we're the same day and Paul's raised like 10 times more money, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
People care about their
yeah.
animals. I like to have a copy of their balance sheet.
I don't know how they have 10,000 hours of volunteer. That's
They're coming.
Leah said they turn around the volunteer.
I don't know what they're.
Let her volunteer.
what'd you do? Who do you hang out with? What? 10,000 hours is a lot of volunteer hours.
Wants to.
Yeah.
But we want to do something. And she likes them.
We've got, that's the thing that I think.
Except
they
mine.
need to keep
She
in
don't
mind,
like
you know,
mine.
that was part
Yeah,
of
not
it.
mine.
They would,
Who does?
yeah, that's kind of.
We're gonna kick them out if we don't give them enough
I
money.
tell you what, if they ever kick animal control out, then I
We're
would
in
say
there looking at it.
we're done.
This mouse jumped out of the cabinet.
I was
Ran
wondering
across
about,
the
yeah, how many,
floor, spitting babies.
so animal control's there. How many? do they have
Oh,
in the
yeah, I
office?
probably had 5 or 6.
Animal control's on the far left side.
Yeah.
My
From the,
niece had a
Yep.
rat.
and they've got a few cages for, you
Came
know,
out of the
those
field.
dogs and
She could
cats.
not catch it.
She
She
said
could not catch it. It was
actually bring
a good 3 weeks or a month. She's just been sleeping. I mean, and she's in a really nice house. They said it got in vents.
I had raccoon attic,
And I live in Greenville.
My sister.
Crawled up the.
Well, how many, you know, probably 30% of them, my dog got out, somebody good dealer took it there and then they picked it up
couldn't get
3 hours later. You know what I mean?
Because
Is
it's one of
that, what percentage of the members?
Vents
Yeah.
No clue.
went up to.
I mean, because at
pushed
some
the
point,
screen out the screen.
you know, if animal control brings it in, that's our responsibility, but if people are just surrendering their animals and they're taking it, like that's something
Yeah,
beyond
touch
the
that damn
responsibility of the
My
county.
niece-
We actually-
She said somebody's breaking in her
We
house.
actually got it to leave and
I mean,
it had
I-
3 babies in there.
I just can't believe,
They got the.
I'm not a
babies
fan
in
of the no kill.
there. You could hear them crying. It was like, it almost sounded like birds.
I think that's dangerous. You're allowed.
It's when I got in. She really freaked out. I put a radio up there, just blaring, just get
In the real
big
world,
one out of
if
there.
there are children
One
that
of them
do
out above the
stuff, and you're
garage.
spending all this money on an animal.
Children's on.
Well, actually, I moved out of that house. You're sold to my nephew.
So
Sold
to
to
him
my
now.
nephew.
Hall.
Oh, my nephew.
Oh, my gosh.
When I was crazy from Nelson, and I put it on down here on. Not a charge for it.
Need to look at Leah's notes.
I ran over a squirrel again. You opened the front door. Living room floor garden, miss like one in Holland.
Oh, yeah.
Suicidal squirrel. I've seen 820, 820.
Oh, difference in the people's philosophy.
Wendy.
When I was in Baton Rouge, at the state capitol, there were like
Between.
squirrels that were around there. Like there was this one guy, he was from Place out in rural northern Indiana or Louisiana. And they would actually shoot those squirrels and eat them.
By the old movie.
None of you would have a stroke over the idea of like, oh my gosh.
Anyway, so boy and Kyle, I'm pretty down. They'd shoot them. Cook 1,000.
They did? Oh, that is too
Right
funny.
there at Purdue.
So they were in the same boat.
Yeah.
Just
One, maybe 1 year apart or something like that.
So, Leah,
They probably left the door.
We had work done on that.
have we addressed everything that's in her notes?
I don't,
Oh, Racy.
I don't think so.
EMA's not coming, are they?
No, and neither is coroner.
I don't think it's coordinated any changes, but EMA, we were gonna ask him about races.
I emailed him, he said
He was here.
they
Yeah,
are
I didn't think
still,
about it.
They're
Still active.
working on a red trailer is what he said right now.
That was the, yeah.
Didn't help the parking give them that.
Yeah, he came one way or the other. It might have come to health too, races.
So there was nothing else to be changed, like location 17 is EMA. So was there anything else that we need to look at?
Put the two. Figure items out, we can just.
Corner is exactly the same.
And the veterans is the same. So we're gonna keep races in since they're. Whatever
Yeah, I
they
think
do.
so.
Is the park board coming?
I don't.
I don't see him on the schedule.
He was supposed to get back to me.
That's your problem. He's asking.
That's your cousin, is that what you said? Rob is?
No.
He's stupid.
He's your cousin?
No.
Yeah, he says, yeah.
Hey. He's from California. At least that's what his phone said when he calls me.
Bo ever in
Well,
California.
he could have, yeah, he actually went out to Freeman and Skeeter McCain.
So the only thing on the park board was whether or not Nicole will still be helping with the 5-year plan.
Oh, I need to answer that question too, because Nicole emailed me. I think it's Aurora. They're interlocal where they help them and they get money. It's changed a little bit. She needs councils. I don't know if it's a signature or you agree with it, whatever it is. So she wanted to know if she could come to one of your September meetings. And I said, normally they don't do business, it's the adoption and the hearing.
Yeah, but we have.
I know you.
Yeah. I would just soon do that
Which
in a
one?
September meeting. Well, does it have to be advertised or not?
No, I've already advertised it.
No, her request.
It's not a
Okay.
financial request, it's just a agreement.
Well,
Just an agreement.
we have to have a quorum for both of those meetings, so I would just do it at the first one. And hope we've gotta have a quorum. Is everyone planning? I know Dan, you have a hard time making those meetings, but we just need at least 4 warm bodies in this room on those 2 dates.
About a lukewarm body. Is that okay?
We'll take whatever you got. You got a pulse.
So.
Adoption is the fifth.
Bonnie, how's that working out with the planning and zoning girls having to handle all their scheduling and all that stuff? Is it? Realistically, is it?
Well, I heard they.
Oh, really?
Through that,
I believe it.
because we were gonna do it for nothing.
Oh, you guys were?
Yeah, we were already set up with Jim Reno, take all the money and.
Right.
Yeah, one's August 22nd, and the other one's September what, 5th? So for August, for those two meetings, do we have hopefully five people here? Are you
Absolutely.
able to come on Fridays?
Yeah.
Okay, because on August 22nd, we have budget hearing. In September the 5th, we have budget adoption. That's all there at 9 o'clock. By law, I think we have to be here for 15 minutes, but we can do the other item as a separate meeting. Close one and then open regular, because these are advertised for 9 o'clock, so we could do that at 9:15.
You could just.
Okay, I'm good with that. I just want to stay legal.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I can make it.
Okay. Yeah, you usually can't, but it's August 22nd and September the 5th at noon.
Remember when we were calling in, remember when COVID was going on? Yeah.
But you like that.
Didn't have it. I wasn't run my phone right, and I don't think I had it on.
We just have to.
They heard everything, I think he's private. Yeah.
So you two wonderful people, August 22nd.
It was only us here.
Budget hearing, budget adoption. And then we'll do. the
Yeah, I already have
meeting.
August 22nd on my calendar and September 5th.
Yep.
At 9
Yep.
o'clock on the
On both.
22nd.
You'd put that on our calendar when you send it. I'd take it, I'd take notes from your calendar, things you send us.
Both Fridays at 9 AM, right?
Mhm,
Yep.
correct.
And kind of get some dates in mind for November.
Oh, we already scheduled that, November 15th.
No.
Like this postage.
Because we always do next year's budget in
Oh, okay.
November.
got
I'll
it.
send you, I have our ski area conference next week and I'll send you that. Make sure it hasn't changed.
Honestly, it
Maybe it's
would
out there.
be easier if we did it later, because we don't even have the circuit breaker numbers, and you guys are supposed to review those.
Can we
It's
do
the
that?
First week. I mean, we can do them, but we're gonna try, look every day, and I'll see them out there.
Salmon start running about the middle of August.
Yeah. We can do it in July.
Even next Wednesday.
No, we wouldn't have any good numbers in
No.
July.
Winter.
Yeah.
I'm asking if it's the same week then.
So,
It's the same week.
so for the 27 budget, you want us to try to do it the third week of August, depending on when the ski conference is.
When you guys can all make it, but we prefer not to do it the first week if we don't have to.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I
You know,
can,
just because you would have better numbers, because we'll
Yeah.
have our assessed values and everything else.
right,
Right now, we have no circuit breakers, no assessed values, we went on last year.
Like the week of the 10th, then is better.
I don't think.
no, because wait, make sure. his-
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get the dates in my conference, so it might have to be the week of the 17th, if that's not too late.
Right,
So when do you have to have stuff into the state? I mean, what works for you? What, should we plan on the week of the 17th tentatively?
is it 17th on Monday?
Yes.
You could do that.
I don't know,
Your kids
by the
go to
end,
school.
by the time lunch is over, I'll have dates for our conference for next year, so we can get it.
I just need to know, but I can get whenever.
How about you? You have anything going on in August that,
Squirrel on.
huh?
Squirrel on. Get up and go before we start the meal.
10th through the 24th, that's 2 weeks.
You probably won't get out of bed till about.
Oh, you're saying you'd rather do the 10th
Or.
or the 24th?
Probably.
I'll see you
Well,
for ski conference.
Connie, you've got to have things into the state by a certain time, don't you?
When we did it last year, wasn't it like the third?
I think so.
Our conference next year is the 14th through the 19th. So
Through the
I could do the
19th?
10th. That's what he just sent me. That's weird.
That's a
dates.
Friday through a,
That's I think it's a
Wednesday?
Sunday through. Yeah, 14th is a Friday. Cause I think they're changing it to a Sunday, Monday, Tuesday next year.
So the week of the 17th does not work for you.
No, but the 10th. Might work.
That'd be great for me.
Mark, were you serious about the salmon?
Yeah.
You go,
Pretty
you
much.
do that?
Oh, okay.
You do that?
Can't get off
Leaving-
work anyway.
Leaving Wednesday,
Where are you going?
salmon fishing up Lake Michigan, Frankfurt.
How do you get so much time off work?
Don't you worry about it. Dustin.
So Connie, you can kind of decide between the week of the 10th and the week of the 24th, what works
A
better.
couple guys I know just
For you.
left for
Let's see.
Norris striper fishing.
Oh, yeah.
You wouldn't believe the pictures that guy was showing me.
My brother, Tom Jacobs goes down there all the
I
time.
think the
My
10th.
brother
'cause it's
does that
the
at
10th and
Cumberland.
14th.
I mean, he said we feel well every time.
I was down there this weekend and I saw bass every bit of this big
Yeah.
around underneath the. Just,
Actually, it
10th
don't
or
matter because we
14th
won't,
August.
we don't
I think-
usually leave till.
I think the 10th or
tonight
14th will work for me.
When we're usually done by then, so.
So 10th through the 14th.
I think that works for me.
Tentatively, we'll schedule 27.
Sorry, always did the
Budget.
second weekend.
I won't
So it,
do next.
each year's different. Every other year we go to a different side of Lake Michigan, and so it just depends on the ski areas that have different conferences and because they're event centers, right? So
You can
they've
figure it
had,
out by then.
we try to shoot for
Before
that
our
week because
November
it
meeting,
tends to
we
be less
set-
expensive.
That'd be
and-
fine.
Set the
As long
schedule.
as I know I can.
That's right.
You can drop me off.
Or I'll stay with
Because
you.
usually we do things on the 4th.
So you'll
Tuesday.
know
Only
like
one lady ahead of.
November, whatever.
Yeah.
No,
Senior.
in an hour. But he just told me the 14th through 19th. I think that next year they're changing it to a Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, which I would think would be
About that.
For you
That's
guys.
16th through the 18th, but
Should. I wish.
When is your conference this year? Next week?
next week,
What day?
Monday through Thursday, you're right?
Okay,
Oh,
while we,
trailer?
while we break for lunch and
Couple more days.
let's start, who do we have? coming?
Murder me.
Got a spot open.
Ours is mainly election stuff.
Yeah. And she's at 1 o'clock, so we need to go to lunch.
Okay, we're breaking for lunch. Anybody who wants to go to lunch, or you can stay here. Take
Be
your
back.
pick.
Fill up on
by
lifesavers.
Yeah, first person's at 1.
12:58 for you,
Sounds
Lansing.
good. I'll be there. 12:58.
Yes, our conference is the 16th through 19th, so I can do that the week of the 10th.
We'll plan on that. Then we'll figure out what we need in
You
September.
think we'll have our circuit breaker numbers and all that by then?
Hopefully,
What about the appointment in 7/14?
they're due on what, July 31st.
Okay.
gotta go.
Yeah. Coming soon. Yeah.
Oh, dang good, but.
So you'll probably be
Eagle.
able to come in Friday. Okay. Sounds good.
Oh, sorry.
We need to be back at 1 o'clock.
Just leave it.
Really?
So we got pretty good amount of time left in here.
Give them all our money.
The bad thing about the schedule is the burn people are on.
Yeah, but it's all before lunch, if we can stay on schedule. I mean, other than Lynn.
Back down to.
So, we'll be out by lunchtime Thursday.
I said he does a good job with everything.
Yeah. Does a
You're
lot.
booking your flight.
He does.
No, we're.
Yeah, I had to go to high school with him, but.
Huh? You don't get along with it.
You guys wanna go grab some lunch?
PG, you just have to understand PG is PG.
Yeah.
Pain in the ass.
I think we're gonna have to put more river boat in here to make this whole for 26.
Yep.
Get that $900,000 loss. And she
You
got
wanna
it.
look up there, yeah?
Too flat.
You want to.
I'm hopeful that we can see about.
Yeah, it's not dry. Oh, shoot.
It's actually, what we're actually doing is using more hospital, that 5.8.
I'll tell you what, there's a lot of employees coming into this county for the hospital too. All the stuff they're doing, but I mean. They're pretty decent paying
Kids making
salaries
tax,
too.
yeah.
I mean, I kind of calculated rough the turkey place, if they do what they say. And I don't know how you hold your feet to fire on something like that when you're negotiating these abatements. I'm sure they're aiming, trying to make themselves look better, but that's gonna be like like 120,000, something like that.
That's what our income tax is on that.
LID,
Yeah, I was gonna ask yesterday when the hospital's here, at the cancer center, how many employees they had. I mean, just, again,
And you'd think that's, you know, relatively good paying job. But that turkey place, they hire quite a few people, you know. And I got that, that's got me.
Just walking talk.
That's got me thinking about that redevelopment and about these.
Business personal property tax?
Well, yeah, that and that, the TIFs, I don't. I mean, if we did a 25-year TIF or whatever it is up there, I don't know why we would renew that. That helps redevelopment generate money, but.
Buddy's here.
Nobody's back yet. I think Dan goes home for lunch, doesn't he?
He generally either runs errands or goes home.
Feeds his dog.
So clerk is next.
Yes. Seems like for kind of a tight budget this year, things are running pretty smooth though.
We haven't balanced though. We're not going to, I don't think.
Yeah. Well, it ain't looking good for that, is it?
No.
It's hard to spend more money and take less in.
Well, because of Senate Bill 1, we just kind of, I mean, what do you do? But the one thing, like if you look at Susan's stuff and Baker Tilly, or what we did with that money from Tile, that we told Leah to put back in there, discussion, whether she did or not, I don't know, but that way, if we did all that, then we would still end up with 14 million.
Mm-hmm.
So I can look at that.
You know, the girl that was a good presentation she had. I brought a few things to life for, cause I've been just giving Garrett and Randy Maxwell raise the cane with them about that Senate Bill 1. You guys caved.
Well, I told Garrett, I said, Senate Bill 1 is a disaster for the county. But as a junior, as a first-time freshman, if you don't go along with the party, they're gonna keep you on the back row forever.
Mhm.
So I don't like it, but I'm gonna, advocate for you to vote for it.
Well, I just kind of jokingly give them both.
Right,
raise the cane with
right.
both of them.
Oh, yeah.
That's Wendy.
Wendy,
Got a big election coming up, huh?
Yeah.
only person in the whole county that cut her budget by 50%. Good job.
Really? Not this year. I did last year.
But whether there's an election or not would really impact your budget.
Is there, the next big election, was there any many changes to the voting locations or anything, or pretty solid?
Gonna keep them the same.
Oh.
Didn't have any complaints in 24. No, I didn't.
Seemed
hear
like your lines were a lot
any complaints or
faster.
Anything,
Yep.
so.
So you'll keep the early voting up on the 3rd floor?
Mhm.
Is there talk about consolidating that a little bit or not? As far as time wise?
They talked about doing it in legislation and only having it for 7 days.
Yeah.
For election day. It didn't pass.
How many days is it? 30?
30?
29. 29 and a half, cause like the last day, it's only a half a day. It's only until noon.
That's on Monday, right?
I'm sorry,
Is that Monday?
Monday,
Yeah.
yeah, Monday before election day.
Now you able to open those absentee things earlier now than you used to be able
Yep.
to? Yeah.
That went through legislation, so we will be able to open, we just can't tally them until election day, but they'll be out of the envelopes,
Ready for your speed
ready for
calculator?
us to throw them in.
How much time will that save? Like
Oh,
hours?
it'll save us a ton of time.
Several hours then.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Cause you had some close, really close elections last time.
Mhm.
So the one question we've been trying to tell most office holders and elected officials is if you anticipate a big capital expense coming up in, a year, 2 years, 3 years, if we get some advance notice, because Rick did this when he was clerk.
Uh-huh.
He knew that the voting machines are going to have to be replaced. It's like $450,000 left.
Right.
So we had 2 or 3 years that we squirreled away money from Riverboat to have the cash on hand. So any office holder that knows they're gonna, a copier's gonna go out or whatever, but
Right.
something major like that, if we can have some notice, it's very helpful.
Oh, absolutely.
Because that way we can, we had,
Start putting it aside.
I think 2 years ago, we had a person come in asking for $800,000 for some equipment. It's like, well, it would have been nice to have had a couple of years notice. We could have planned for this.
Right.
So
I don't anticipate having to get any election equipment. in the future. What I have, I believe is sufficient.
And your biggest bump is because there was an election 2026.
Yeah.
Your office is term limited, right?
Yep, 2 terms.
And if you started early, right?
So you.
So can you can work 2 full terms plus that, or
Yeah.
is it?
Yeah.
So this is actually my first elected year.
Yeah.
25 is my first elected year.
Yeah.
How many years has Gail been gone?
She elected the end of 23. So I was in there the end of 23, all of 24, fulfilling her term.
Right.
And then my term
So
started.
you'll have 9.5 years as clerk.
Yeah, so I'll be on the ballot again in 28.
Yeah.
I want to thank the person in your office, and I don't know if you were the ones who heard actually did it or told her to do it or asked her to do it. But that notification about us having to file those, oh my God, I would have not known. Yeah, I think it's so stupid because I
And
closed
we
out.
went to conference in the middle of June. That was our clerks conference. That's when we found out that July 1st, that was going into effect. So all the clerks throughout the whole county, all we had was 2 weeks to
Yeah.
notify anybody that makes over $5,000 that they have to come and open that back up. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was something in one of the bills.
Yeah.
Did you know
Well,
about
I
that
hate-
before?
I only knew about it because I saw that David, what's his face, who's running for David Shelton, posted on Facebook. That's why I sent it to you and Mark to make sure you were aware of it, because
Thank
I
you.
assumed you had closed your campaign
I have.
account. and-
I
Yeah.
didn't want to have to
See,
deal
I
with
closed
anything.
mine. I'm not gonna spend any money until I'm running again.
Right.
Why would I?
It's so stupid. Like if you zeroed it out and closed it, how stupid is it to do that?
I don't know. I don't know why they did that, but it was something in one of the bills that the legislation team failed to catch
Mhm.
when they were reading through the bills. So it kind of slipped through the cracks. Or the clerk's legislation team would have said, absolutely not.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That is, I want to know who the author of that bill was, or if we just got, how it got slid into.
Right.
My boy Al doing all right.
He's doing all right.
He's a good guy.
He's doing all right. He just, he'll be in tomorrow. He had to, we had a resignation in Greendale. Richard Stewart.
Yeah.
That's just an appointment, right? That's only
So that's, yeah, he just
On
had an
Thursday.
appointment because, Greendale 1 is the only people that vote on that.
Right.
So
That's
there's
a
only
district,
one
yeah.
precinct committeeman.
He had a little caucus there for that unconsequential job for a board position.
Because he was talking to Brad and Angie at state. I'm like, stalking somebody.
Yeah, that's what I did.
I know.
Well, when Benno died, Debbie's husband died, remember?
Yeah.
Guarantee you nobody's gonna throw a red flag up about that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And he doesn't even make $5,000, so.
I don't even think most of his board members even make like $750 a year or something, don't they?
There's some that make a little more than that. Almost all the trustees, I think, except for 2 of the trustees, make over 5,000.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, that was a board position, wasn't even a trustee, yeah.
And Marilyn passed away.
Yeah.
And she actually hadn't been to several board meetings. Kelly Malone said that she hadn't been to a board meeting for 5 years. Because she got sick. And I never got a resignation.
She lived in a condo up there somewhere, right?
3 Mile.
3 Mile, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Cause I went down there and I had to get her to, I think I got her to sign a proxy one time
Yeah,
or
you
something.
did.
Everything ain't going smooth with budget.
Yeah. Pretty daggone good.
We're anticipating some reduced funding from the SB1.
Yeah.
So we're just trying to navigate that and
Absolutely.
not only for this year, but setting us up for the trend of what's gonna happen in the next couple of years,
Couple
because
years, right?
nobody wants to have their budget cut, so. But. See. How's your office been? Same people, no
Great.
drama,
Everybody gets along.
good.
Okay, great staff.
Pam's doing good. Yep. I hated him. I called her one day. And she was a poll worker all the time.
Yes, she
She's
was.
like, I can't work the polls anymore. I'm like, oh crap.
Yeah.
Is she new to your office in the last year or so?
I hired her as soon as I became the clerk.
From outside or from
From
inside?
outside.
Okay.
But she had been an inspector and a poll worker prior to that, prior to me hiring
Yeah,
her.
she was good and she always showed up and
Mhm.
always was always willing to serve.
She's still learning, but she's doing a great job. We got the voter list maintenance going on now where they send out those postcards. So that's,
You anticipate that tightening up the voter roll a little bit?
it will, because like what we're doing right now, because they're just starting to come into my office. Is if their address has changed and it's on that like return label. We'll send them a letter saying, hey, we got this returned back, this is your forwarding address, is this correct? That'll clean up the voter list, and then if they've moved out of the county. Like there's several moved to Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, we send them a cancel letter. And if they sign it and send it back, then that cancels them. So it'll.
And if they
clean
don't
up.
return it, does it at some point
We
they
just
roll
make
off?
them inactive, and then it sits inactive until, for 2 federal elections. And then it'll cancel.
Don't do it. If you put them out there, we'll just keep eating them.
Throwing the papers back in there.
I wouldn't do that. That's not me.
Wasn't me. I ate one.
I threw them right on the floor up here.
Some of them fall out of the wrappers. We had one up here yesterday, didn't have a wrapper on it.
Oh, no, he'll help himself. He
I
don't
ate
care
it
about
anyway.
I don't think there's 4 or 5 of them. We got some junk.
I got mine in my pocket. I got evidence.
Yeah, my daughter last night, she's like, Dad, what's this in your pocket? I'm like, don't worry about it.
So Wendy, by law, like however, when I run for office, my voter thing has to say Liz Morris. The card that I get. So when I go to vote, the book sometimes says Elizabeth Morris.
Right, so what happens
I
is,
played last week, which was.
on your declination, when you
Went-
declare for an
went very
office,
far.
Yeah.
where
Mother's
you
Day
put your
weekend.
candidate name,
Went down
there's a
there
little-
and then
it's in
I
fine
played
print, of
in
course.
Greg
That's
Anderson.
the name that I have to
Big
go
man
in.
turned with the-
And so if you run as Liz Morris, then I have to go in and change your voter registration to Liz.
Right.
And then I played up at
So-
Brook Hill one time.
So when you declare.
Friday night, just 9 holes.
So to get it changed back to
Greg Graff's
Elizabeth,
brother.
I would have to find paperwork to your office.
Did a little party up there and then I just.
When you
went
run
last week with
Hmm.
Greg Graff, man, Greg played good. He
Yeah.
shot so good.
Good, how are you?
But usually you don't, he usually don't play that.
You work me like a rented mule.
Where the hell did you go there? Big drinks.
Hi, Leah. How was lunch?
We went to.
Peanut butter and jelly? Bologna with mustard.
No.
Yeah, oh yeah, that was good too.
That was good. Guess who's back?
He's home for, he's the one that spends like 6-7 months in.
Right,
Yeah.
He'll leave in September.
We used to run him over.
That's so funny. My husband preferred
Oh, yeah.
bologna or piccolo for any of those kinds of things.
Like piccolo, but
Right.
it has to be on.
I go for that every day.
He
I
had
don't care
a little
for it
sideline
either.
going
I mean,
on
I'd
the
rather
road.
like
I eat
turkey,
steak
ham.
every day, that's my.
Well, there's fun, hey, I know.
Fried steak, I love it. If it's black, the blacker the better.
Oh. When I was a kid, we'd always go to Logan Supermarket, get our pickle loaf and our braunschweiger or chicken liver or whatever you called it. I was like, I don't know why. I don't know if that was just cheap meat or why we ate that, but we ate a lot of braunschweigers as a kid.
My dad used. to-
Liver, isn't it?
Yeah.
My dad.
Yeah,
used
chicken
to-
liver.
Pete loves it every time he buys
Yeah.
it from Langens, he'll say, I got your present, so yeah.
Does he put Limburger cheese on it too?
No, and he will eat it.
You like that?
No, my dad used to eat Limburger, on crackers and cow tongue and.
Oh, God.
My brother-in-law used to.
I like
That stuff he just said.
Like that all the time.
I've never had it.
Pickled heart, pickled tongue.
No, no, no.
Yeah.
I mean, that may be the most delicious thing in the whole world, but I'll never know because I can't get past the.
Yeah, mental part of it.
Not bad at all.
Same thing as frog
Watch him
legs.
hunt show, that's, get that tongue in the heart first.
I was gonna, I'll give him.
Do you like that?
No, I said that's what them shows,
Oh,
on the hunt show, that's the first thing, two things. Sure. Want to eat
Sign you up with it. I love one.
heart.
And the tenderloin.
He's always said, oh.
Every time you butcher deer. Get the tenderloin out, throw Bob Rosemar's cast iron skillet, fry it up and eat it while he's butchering.
Go see Bill and Judy again today?
Yep. Yep. What was the special today? Same as
He
yesterday
gets
for
the
us.
same thing every day.
the Reuben? It is good.
Hard to keep Kraus out of the kraut.
We smelled that after lunch yesterday.
Hard to keep right out of the kraut too.
So location one is, the clerk is who's up right now.
Everybody here?
Yeah, unfortunately Doug can't make it this afternoon.
Okay. So the only thing that I am asking, of course, this year is to up my election. We will have an election next year. It is the midterms. So I have, added what I need for the election for the poll workers, ballots, absentee workers. Everything else in the other budgets has stayed the same. The one thing I would request is to make Pam, Kristen, and Sylvia, who have been in my office for 2 years now, a second deputy instead of a third deputy.
Give us their, number. Can you give us that number, Leah?
The line item number,
Yeah, it's 11-1. I don't know who we're talking about.
11109. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 11110.
That's Pam, yes.
Yep. And then 12 is Coleman.
Mm-hmm.
What's the other lady?
Kristen, Mansfield, that's 113.
I got you.
I kind of tried to put this is where they were, this is where they be, their names.
Did you, get the names corrected? Okay.
But they're also paid out of another fund, so it's kind of hard to follow the dollars, right?
Pam is paid out of another fund. Sylvia is paid out of child support as well. Kristen is not out of any other fund.
So you're talking about 4D when you say child support.
Yes.
You get 2/3 of that reimbursed.
Do what? I'm sorry.
Do you get a 2/3 reimbursement for 4D like other departments do?
We have an incentive. So like if I have to buy like a computer or a printer or anything for Teresa or one of the ladies that does child support, I can take that money out of the incentive, the 4D incentive.
They do get some of their
Couple thousand.
child support.
Well, this third one looks like it's about 14.
So I don't know how much money we're talking about.
4207, 41.5,
3,207 to 41.
about $1,300.
From what?
4207 to 41,506. That's what Mansfield is. Are the others basically the same? About $1,300.
Okay, so,
But all three of them have been in the office for 2 years, so.
okay, so from 40,207 to what?
41,506.
$1,300.
Hey, when you have an election that's not county and
Leah,
only
you have been
city,
here a lot too.
do they pay for it or do
Yes.
they do?
They pay for it.
Wondering about.
So I have to, at the end of a
Maybe thoughts.
municipal election, I have to sit down and calculate how much money I've spent on poll workers, this, that.
Wouldn't it be nice to all be in the same year?
It would be.
I mean,
Legislation,
1 year.
legislation is trying to push that through.
I think it'd be a good idea.
They're doing a study right now to see how much the cities are paying the counties. It did come out in legislation this year, but it didn't get passed, but it is something that the Secretary of State's researching.
They'd lose basically 1 year
Mhm.
of term.
Right.
Yeah, I wish. they
How's that
would.
again? They lose?
I would say,
It's season
after
time.
I said, wouldn't it make more sense for the cities and the counties to be on
Oh.
the same election instead of her doing a separate election? But
And that's
they
what the
pay
city of
for it.
Dillsboro did in 2012. They did an ordinance to swap. So they're on the 2024 elections. So they're not on the off years.
So they're allowed, any city or town's allowed to do that?
It would make a heck of a lot more sense.
And I've talked to all the mayors. They do not want to do it. They do not want to roll over. Cause I said, it'll save you money. We already have to have an election.
Yeah.
The county has to pay for
They
it.
have to reimburse you some of that, don't they, when it's a city?
I charge them for everything for the city elections. They pay this.
What if it was like Dan said and had it during the,
They would just lose a year of their term, so they don't wanna do that.
I mean, do they have to pay something still then or not?
I would say no, because we already have to have an election.
Well, that's crazy.
'Cause it would fall on-
I agree. I think it's silly.
That legislation has never, it's been in the bills
He
for
said
years.
they tried to do it again
Yeah.
this year.
Mhm.
When
And
you
it's
do a
never-
municipal election, do you have to have the courthouse open for 30 days beforehand too?
I usually cut, excuse me, I usually cut the hours down for municipal and I usually only do like a half a day.
Still, 15 days of labor that's wasted, or whatever, and those guys.
Well,
Plus
the
your
cities are down.
Right.
Is everyone good with the change in those
Yeah.
deputies? Okay, there's not much to be done about elections.
Do what?
There's not much to be done about election costs.
Yeah.
Are we pretty successful in finding poll workers?
Yeah, Republicans.
I could talk to that one.
Dylan is the party chair,
Yeah. What's it?
little.
Little.
He does not even try to search for poll workers. Debbie in my office has been doing it for years, so she reaches out to the Democrats.
And all the high school kids that fill in.
Yeah, and we do, we send letters to the schools to get high school kids.
What is that current pay poll worker?
It's 200 for inspector, 150 for judge and clerk. And then the
It
Democrat,
was, a couple years ago, it was only 120, I think, right?
yeah, Gail raised it right before she left, I believe. The poll worker,
Do they gotta be 18?
no, 16 and 17-year-olds in school, if we get them from high school. But their GPA has to be a certain amount, they have to have permission, things like that.
So I don't think there's anything else in her budget that is really something.
Thank you.
Anybody else, anything else for Wendy?
Inspectors, they earn their money.
Mm-hmm.
It's a long day,
Yeah.
5 AM to, I wrote my wife into doing that one time.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you're still married.
She wouldn't do it next time, did she?
She hasn't done it anymore since, oh, she couldn't do it when I ran out.
I think that's everything for the close.
Alrighty, thank you all very much.
Thanks, Wendy.
Yeah.
Have a great day.
We have other plans.
It's like 5 in the morning to 7.
It's a long day. I was
Is it
inspector for a
long?
couple of elections before I ran. And
I've
I
never-
enjoyed it, but you have to be sick in the heads like we are to do it.
So 130 is soil and water, and that's location 15. As Glenn was talking about yesterday, they do a lot of good things for the county. They do important work.
We already went over that.
We looked
did,
over,
but-
they're coming.
Oh,
They've got in here for a
Is
computer.
Paul coming? Is it Paul? Is that his name? Gunkel?
Can you go?
Ken Gunkel. Sorry, I think Paul Gunkel's the guy.
They've got a new district chair, he's vice chair. He usually comes up,
Or Matt Jarvis will be here maybe.
usually with NRC.
Yeah, he is.
I don't think he was the district chair as.
I'm gonna run the restroom real quick.
Mhm.
Too many iced teas at lunch.
Yeah. Round bottle iced tea. Liz, what other ones do we, there's some that hadn't changed at all, you just want, you wanna hit them real quick?
I think, yeah, we can, but the ones that hadn't changed, I don't know that we wanna do anything, cause they're probably pretty bare bones.
Well, I seen, Billy's, there's only one thing you can move over to, into that CCD.
Well, we would do that, yeah.
And then I think it's even if you move that 20,000 at the bottom.
Yeah, something.
Location 12.
500 less or something because it was always.
Yeah, yeah.
Measures.
How are they doing on collections? Is that working out pretty good with everything being computerized, with permits and all that stuff?
I mean, I haven't heard anything. I've lasted in them. They got a smart little cookie out there that does a lot.
Oh,
So
right.
she's good at what
So
she does.
Struble,
Yeah, she's really good.
So 35-105, you're moving to CCD.
Yeah. They've collected about 116,000.
I don't know.
really? She married Jamie Strubel's son.
Who?
She married Jamie Strubel's son. Oh, okay.
Is he a knucklehead?
He's a good guy, he's just.
Kinda
like Jamie. No, the kid got more sense than the dad.
Oh,
really? Yeah.
What do you show as
Hell
reception
of a lot
juvenile?
more sense. Jamie. Jamie.
She has pretty smart.
Juvenile center volumes of one.
He mows grass, he got to.
They were bringing more than they ever did.
I think that's not good.
He's still living up there across the
river
from
the
house, so
there at the corner of the
And that's through what?
Didn't he move in there? ISIS.
Their budget increases about that much. I mean, they bumped their budget, 2 new positions.
Oh, he's got a bunch of ground back there. Lots of that. Yeah, but, when they subdivided that all up, there was a big chunk of. He got that.
Who's are you looking for?
There's like a break on wrong side.
Just CCD.
It's almost 100. That's him.
Last year we bought a vehicle.
He built a hell of a
Sitting
house.
on
He's
numbers.
handy. He used to be real handy.
Maybe that was an additional he asked
I
for.
think it was.
Yeah. And
Bill's pretty fruity.
oh, yeah, they're real good at that. Everybody's. Really? 9 o'clock.
To fund their 2 new positions they want, it costs about 100,000 for scrimmage, just fund them for a position out for.
Yeah.
What
So it's gonna be like at least 80 to 100,000 each, roughly.
Is the CVB lady gonna come in? No. What are we looking at?
Well, we did on the building part, move that to CCD.
Got that.
That's all that's all we've actually done. And at 1:30, we're supposed to have solar and water, so we've got a little
Did you
time.
corner yet? 'Cause he's not coming, right?
He did nothing change on it.
Thanks.
And then neither is veterans.
Spark, did you guys wanna,
Park board,
I don't have any.
you want me to call him?
Yeah, you probably got him on speed dial.
This is basically. You guys listed a lobby or job? Little Glenn. Cuz. Yeah.
Probably got him under cuz.
And with LG, Little Glenn.
So park board, if planning and zoning is still doing their stellar and their 5-year plan, I mean, I have no idea. I guess they are.
Well, if you remember, they were supposed to have that 5-year plan done by August, but then. Yeah, that deadline somehow got changed, so I'm not sure how that all came to be, but.
That's the difference, isn't it? At 8,000 at the top.
Yeah, that's the only difference in their budget. And their county farm is the same as it was last year. It's not county general, but it comes out of county farm fund.
So they get all the income off the county farm cash rent?
The county farm, receipts go into the 4925 fund and council releases, what we did one year back in the day was that we tried to take some stuff out of remove it from county general and have county farm 4925 pay for certain things that are only done at the county farm property. So that's how that evolved. I think one year there was like a driveway put in or parking or different things, and we used 4925 instead of county general to fund those.
So. Since they're under the county, and I've had a lot of farmers ask me about the county farm property farming. And I guess they're renting it to.
Somebody in Ripley County or something.
Dixon
Is that
out
what you
of
said
Ripley
last year?
County.
Last year we got a payment from Jeffrey.
He's Ripley, I'd be Ripley
Ripley.
County, Bowles.
Yeah, I think you brought that up last year and they said they'd look at that contract when, I don't know how often they. You know how it goes with farmers putting. Product on the soil to condition it or whatnot. I don't know how much investment they had onto it, but.
Well, and that's a big thing. I mean. I would think in their contract, if they have a contract with that guy. It would be they'd have to maintain a certain pH level and nutrient level on the soil. And
That's a common name out there.
I know
My main name is.
a lot of farmers have asked me, how can I get
They
in?
wanna bid it?
Dixon
Or they
I
wanna-
want to bid, put it out for bids. Cause I think,
Might be beneficial to the park board too. I mean, they get more
Oh, yeah.
competitive bids that way.
one time I asked them about it, they were only getting like $125 an acre cash rent. Are you taking
Farming lease was $6,000.
So how many acres is tillable out there, I wonder?
Do the commissioners have to approve that, or is that something the park board has the right to do?
I don't think anybody.
Yeah,
They
I've
do,
never seen that.
they do.
Commissioners?
I don't know. I have to look. I know the redevelopment down on redevelopment, they farm that, but that's in their contract when they bought that.
No, they rent that every year. That's another screwy deal, cause I saw that $2,500 is all they get for that.
Right.
And they rent it to Tom Stone.
Yeah.
And he don't even farm it. He must be renting it to somebody
Cash
else.
rents it out.
Yeah, he does.
So, I mean, that ain't right either.
No.
I told them they should be getting, bids for that.
Is there any way we can, as a council, can put pressure on them to advertise and bid these? I know.
We're not giving them any more money, I guess.
I get it. Because if they're making some stupid low ball cash rent like Stone's ground down there.
You know what? I talked to Andy about that. And just say, I don't know when the last contract was done.
They do it yearly on that one there.
In Stone's.
Redevelopment.
Why, I know Stones, but I'm talking about County Farm.
So I never see any, I only see a check.
A lot of them just do it yearly and Glenn's right about that nutrient, the property owner should test the soil and everything, but most people don't, I don't think.
Well, you should, and I think there was the co-op and Helena and those guys will do it. If you're buying the fertilizer from them.
Well, they do that grid, they grid it now because they can put that on by
Yeah.
GPS and everything.
Right.
So they put it exactly what it needs instead of just putting,
Don't put it on the whole field.
200 pounds per acre. They'll put, it needs 80 pounds in this area. They grid
Yeah.
it all out.
They
and then
grid
can
the whole
put it in their
farm.
Thing and
It's all tied in with GPS and
Yeah.
the combines are set up for
same way.
it'll
All
pull
of
the
them
yield
are
at a
here,
certain
we want to
location.
Start with, let's see some of their people.
Liz, you probably already said this, how come County Farm's the only park that's got its own little fund?
Cause they get.
Because they have a land that's farmed. They have revenue. The other parks don't have crops or any other revenue source.
In the same way out there with timber harvest.
Yeah.
That's what she said. Volts is actually the timber,
Let's do the timber harvesting.
not
Volts
the
did
farming.
timber. That's
And
a
then it was
Ripley
Dixon
County
Farm
harvest.
that
Welcome.
did that.
We're ready if you're ready.
Well,
Oh, is he?
But you didn't get a check for as far as cash rent for crops?
Not for 25.
Did you recover from your
We got
incident?
Somewhat.
Your ego?
6,000.
There's more the ego.
That was it. And that was 10.
That's awesome.
So I don't know.
I'm just glad I got a video.
I saw the security camera
Hi,
footage
how
from
you doing?
somebody. Hey, Matt, how are you?
But that should
Ken?
be 200 an acre.
There, how you doing? We're ready for you if you want to. Come on up.
What,
It's location 15.
You brought your lawnmower to the youngest hat, so I guess.
They're my bodyguards. Well, hi, I'm Ken Gunkel. I used to be the proud chair of the Dearborn County Soil and Water Conservation District. Now I'm the proud vice chair. And Chris is the chair, so that's why he's here. It's the first time he's been to a county council budget meeting. So I told him I would take the lead and then turn it over to him at some point. Actually, after I do a couple of introductory comments, Matt Jarvis is going to talk and he's got something to hand out to you. And then I'll talk about the budget. And then there's a couple items on there that Beth will talk about. And then to wrap up, we'll let you shoot slings and arrows at Chris, okay? So my understanding is that you all have a copy of our budget that we've submitted.
Yes.
And we're gonna be obviously talking about that, going through it line item by line item. But like I said, Matt Jarvis has something to hand out. It's the leverage sheet that talks about how many dollars come into the county for every dollar that's expended. And I was just appointed to the state representative of the National Association of Conservation Districts. And so we had a national meeting a couple weeks ago in Wisconsin. And so Wisconsin hosted it. And they boasted about that their soil and water conservation districts bring in $2 for every dollar that's spent. Matt's gonna tell you about how that's embarrassing compared to how much we bring in.
So just real quick, I'm Matt Jarvis. I'm the district conservationist for the Natural Resources Conservation Service. This sheet here is a sheet that a lot of counties use to kind of summarize what they've done for the year before. I get my glasses on. And I'm just going to kind of walk through it real quick so you guys can see some of the numbers. But on the front side, if you start at the top, is what you guys are nice enough to provide for the district. We do get a lot of support from our state as far as our we have an engineering team that we have engineers, soil conservationists, foresters, and wildlife biologists that we can call upon to help the landowners in the county. And there's no charge to that, but there is obviously a benefit to that, and that's listed on there as well. The biggest thing that we can do with all of your support and with the support from some others is if you look at the back, it lists the conservation practices that were put in last year, about how much in units those were, and what those values are. So we were able to install about $474,000 worth of practices last year. Our programs are not grant programs, they're cost share. So in addition to that, the landowners put in 25% along with that. So we're pretty proud of that, what we can accomplish in the county and provide for the county. And then for some of us that like pictures better than reading things, we just did get this. This is from last year. It's a really good visual. It kind of gives you an idea of what we're saving as far as how much soil and phosphorus and so forth aren't going into our river and streams in the county because we can do conservation. So if you have any questions on that, let me know. If you ever have any questions or concerns, be glad to come up and speak, or you're welcome out at our office anytime. If you don't have any questions, I'll turn it back over.
Mall is under control.
Well, we're trying, but it's quite an adventure in the county with our invasives, and we do have a lot of landowners that are doing that. The one thing that we could definitely use more of is more forester contractors, because we're a lot more work to do than we've got contractors right now. So, but we're
Steve Munn's still doing that.
Steve Munn's still doing it. Yeah, he works with us quite a bit on a lot of projects. Yeah. So if you don't have any other questions, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Ken wanted me to mention the bottom. So if you look at that leveraging sheet at the bottom, so every dollar that you are giving to the district, we in addition can generate another $4.04. that comes into the county that we can use on projects. So, we're taking what you give us and making more. So, thank you.
Good information.
Good work. All right, so he get to give you the good news, and I get to give you the bad news. So, in our budget that you have in front of you, we have some things this year that we are anticipating that we have not had in the past. If we only look at the line items that we've had in the past and compare them to what we're asking for going forward, we're asking for a 2.5% increase. And I'll talk about that in a little bit more detail. However, if you really compare the total that we're asking for to what we received last year, it's looking like a 17% increase. You all are probably going to go, what the heck are you thinking, Ken? Well, let's get into some of the details. And I don't want to bore you a whole lot, but on page, again, I'm looking at one, like page 1, our supplies are going up minimally. Education supplies are going up like $300, which is minimal. Travel and mileage is going up about $500. When we take a look at advertising and promotion and publications, we're asking for $500 more. And these are all just kind of cost of living expenses. Then we get into a couple areas that need the further explanation. So under equipment, under repairs and maintenance, line item 35000, equipment repairs, we're going from $800 to $1,200. Copier maintenance, 35100, we're actually asking to go down because we found out that our copying expenses are not nearly as expensive as they've been in the past. However, we're diverting some of that money to a new line item that we've never had before, and that is 45100, vehicle repairs. As you might know, we do have some repairs. Our vehicles, we've had general routine maintenance on them, but we're now finding out that we need to have some repairs on them. So we're asking for $3,000 for vehicle repairs this year. And so some of the money that we quote unquote saved from copier maintenance, we're putting into vehicle repairs. Then we get into a new line item. And that last one's actually a new line item we've not had before. But another one is 34000, computer maintenance and repairs. This is $10,000 and it actually would be for purchasing of computers. And I am going to elaborate on that in just 1 minute. Like, we've not had to buy computers in the past. And if you're saying, why do you think you're going to have to buy computers this year? Let's jump down to under rentals. Under office space, we've not had to pay rent in the past. We've been housed with FSA and NRCS over on Randall Avenue. The lease expires at the end of this year. The building has a lot of disrepair in it. So in talking to NRCS and FSA, who are the lease holders, and we get to reside in there rent free and get computers for free under a memorandum of understanding, I've suggested that they do not renew that lease until the building is brought up to code and leaky ceilings and all this other stuff. What I've heard, and Matt is from NRCS, is that they have not even gotten into a discussion on renewing that lease yet. It expires at the end of this year. Our board of Dearborn County Soil and Water Conservation District is getting a little nervous about that situation. And it's like, in 5 months, we could be out of a space. So we need to start thinking about what our plans are going to be for moving forward. And so we put in a line item for office space rental. Beth, you want to come up here just for a minute and explain how we got the $20,000?
Well, I'm Beth Terrell, the district coordinator for Dearborn County Soil and Water, and I have contacted 10 different offices in the state of Indiana to find out how they operate as far as if they rent, if they own, what it was, breakdown of it, there were 5 offices that were located with NRCS USDA, which they paid no rent for. There's one office is located in a county office of its own. There's one that has a vacant bank building that the county bought for them and they moved into it. There's 2 offices that's in the county extension office. And then there's one building that the county bought that was a vacant house and they moved into that. So I got the 20,000 on there. I got because Sue had told me that Purdue Extension, they get $20,000 a year paid for their office from Purdue Extension, or county pays for Purdue Extension. I didn't know what to put. We've never had this issue before. So I'm grasping at straws, trying to put a number in, not knowing what number to put in. So I don't want you guys to lose faith in us. We're trying to cover our bases and do everything that we need to do. And Ken wanted me to pass this around. This is our annual report that we do each year. Also, this is what covers our printing costs. That's on the budget for that. So did I answer everything that you?
So you haven't actually looked at properties
No, we have not looked at anything.
and your landlord is unresponsive?
Well, he owned the building probably about a year. Unfortunately, we've not had much effort on his part to fix things.
And you've been there for a number of years.
Yeah, I've been here 11 years and we've always been at that location. I think so for that. So,
But this is a new owner of the building.
yeah, so it's a new owner.
Is he an out of state or is he?
He lives in Ohio, but he bought the building without even looking at it. He paid cash. He didn't even come look at it when he's been in one time to put a new furnace in.
Are y'all the only tenants?
FSA.
USDA holds hold of.
How much is the rent there now?
Don't quote me on this, but I think the last time I looked at, I think we're somewhere between about 40 and 48,000 for the whole year for the whole bill. Our side is trying to do due diligence before the lease expires. We're working through FSA state office, we're working through our state office, and we're putting a list together of what we believe needs to be fixed at a minimum. And that process is ongoing. I've not spoken directly to our landlord. FSA actually holds our lease for us. And so how he'll be responsive to that, I don't know. I do know that I've heard rumors that he expects to increase the rent quite a bit. Obviously that probably won't go over well unless the building's fixed. So we're kind of in a quandary as to where we may end up as well. I do know through the whole reorganization that's in process right now for USDA, from the secretary to our chief to our state office, there's no intent to close any field offices. They want to be forward facing, they want to serve the customers in our counties. But again, it puts us kind of in a unique situation because of the unknown, because our person not.
Luckily, you got a good real estate agent on your team, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I did talk to the landowner a few, couple months ago, right when we were putting together the budget. And he told me, and he confirmed that the lease expires in December of this year. And it was a 3-year lease. What he's interested in doing, because he assumed that lease when he bought the building, he would like to renegotiate the lease for a 5-year lease with a 5% increase annually. And I'm not saying that that's right, wrong, or indifferent. I'm just telling you what he's told me. I mentioned to him that we had a number of issues with the building, and he said that he was aware of some of them. And I said, how about if we put together a list of all of them and provide it to you? And he said, yes, please go ahead and do that. So we've done that. But he's been unresponsive, and NRCS and FSA and their attempts to try to get something done has not. So that's the situation where we currently are. Complete transparency, particularly since Connie's here and she was at the county commissioners meeting in July when I made the same story. Jim Thatcher asked me, he said, Ken, can you come up and see me after the commissioners meeting? And I said, sure. Then it's like being called to the principal's office in a way. but I went up and Jim said, there's some space in the county,
Lower level.
building in the lower level that's vacant. Would you be interested in seeing it to see if that might be usable for your purposes? And I said, sure. So Matt and I went down and took a look at it with Sue Hayden that day. And it looks interesting. You might be familiar with the space that I'm talking about. And I said, well, I'd like for our staff to take a look at it because they're the ones who would reside there more than myself. So all three members of our staff, Beth, Matt Simpson, and Aaron Huber, came over and took a look at it. If you've seen, it's gutted. It's got a great kitchen and great bathrooms. The ceiling doesn't leak, and the tiles don't fall out of the ceiling. I don't think there are any tiles in the ceiling right now. There are some questions about how we would operate in that space, and we've had a couple of other conversations with Sue Hayden. One of them was, if we were to relocate in that space, could NRCS and FSA also join us because we have a working relationship with them.
Enough for that?
Pardon me?
Is it physically large enough for that?
We looked at that. Yes, it is. Again, I forget what the number was on the square footage, but we compared it to where we are now, and the answer is yes. Currently, we have a conference room. We may not have a conference room, but we have office space that's suitable. We use the Purdue Extension conference room for our meetings, and so we could manage that. I reached out to FSA and NRCS to say, here's an alternative that we're looking at. Jim did say that there's no money for build out, so we would need to afford to do that. So that $20,000 in rent might be used for build out, some of it. But he said that to his knowledge, there would not be any rent that we'd have to pay. Now, if NRCS and FSA came with us, we might still be able to get our telephone service and computer service through the federal.
In lieu of rent?
Pardon me?
In lieu of rent from
In-
those two entities?
Correct. Yeah, again, this is as much as I know this, we're still exploring things. A couple other alternatives that fell in our lap. Is it Manchester School? Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
So you all might know the Manchester School is vacant. I got a call from the school board president saying, hey, Ken, I hear you might be looking for space. Would you be interested in moving in for $1 to the Manchester School? And I said, well, $1 sounds pretty attractive, but how big is it? And he said 40,000 square feet. And I said, I don't need that much. And I don't know that we'd be able to afford the utilities and upkeep, et cetera, on it. One Dearborn, we met with Mike Perlberg, you might know him. And this was just a part of the conversation that we had after our meeting. Mike reached out to me and said, hey, Ken, we've got some property, it's real close to where your current location is that we can't get rid of. We'll give it to you. And it's like, well, great, Mike, but then I got to build a building. And it's going to take time and money to do that. So we're looking at other options. But the most viable one right now that we have, or it's two. One is find space that we can rent for about $20,000 or move downstairs before the end of the year.
And
So
you
we're
have-
looking at options.
But you have not looked. I mean, you
I'm
don't
sorry.
You have not actually looked for rentals. Yeah.
Personally, no. We got two real estate people on or one real estate person on our board who's the chairman. And Beth, you might know, has some real estate experience. And so we've asked them, Chris, to take a look at it. And he's going to talk about that towards the end. So we haven't found anything.
But you need a home.
We need a home before by the end of the year. Yes. And even if the new landlord says, we got a new lease, it's like, you've got a list of things that need to be fixed before I would suggest FSA renew that lease.
It makes sense for you all to be together like you are now, though, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yes, as much as possible. It's not always the case. When Beth did the calls around to the 10 different districts, it's not always the case. In some cases, one of the two parties are with them. In some cases, and in the meeting in Wisconsin, I brought this up and I found out that it's from the national level. The person from NRCS National was there and he said, this is not just a local problem. It's not even just a state problem. It's a national problem. And as Matt's indicated, NRCS is not interested in closing field offices, but because they need to have presence there. But there's offices that are gonna close anyway because of the landlord. And so, I think it was Wisconsin, maybe not, maybe it wasn't Wisconsin. They said, well, our soil and water district moved into a laundromat. It's like, well, I hope we don't have to do that. I mean, we're accused of laundering money anyway, but anyway. So people are looking at what can be done. And my background, some of you may, I'm a business owner, I'm an entrepreneur, I like to be proactive. And so I'm not gonna wait until December and find out that we don't have a lease and we gotta move out. That happened in one county in northwest Indiana, Cass County. They were given a 60-day notice to get out. And that 60-day ended in the end of July. I haven't followed up with them to find out where they went. Maybe they went to a laundromat, but I mean, I haven't found out where they went. And so some are being forced out and we may be forced out. So something's gonna have to be done. This meeting is about budgets and it all ends up in dollars and cents. And so we're gonna need some money to move or rent or build out or something. That's in the budget. I hope that you can approve it. I kind of stopped at that line item on the page, and I really think that's the last line item that I needed to mention, except for education and training. We're asking for a $500 increase in that from last year. That's just because of additional training that we're having to do with MS4 primarily, that some of you might be familiar with.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And when our soil water conservation person is on top of it. He works very closely with the county on MS4.
Kind of an interesting note. You're talking about the building. When I graduated from high school in 1965, I went to work for Carl Lowhide at the NRCS, measuring tobacco bases and corn bases and wheat bases in Dearborn and Ohio County. So on
The office then,
right where it is now.
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't think much has changed.
No. You know, there was a back.
Plumbing.
They went up that at 65.
No, I didn't look like this.
Yeah, me you weren't born yet. I wasn't anywhere close to being born.
Yeah. We weren't even.
How many
bad
square
dream,
feet
was
is this building?
But anyway, yeah, Carl had a back room and they had what they called a planimeter. And I'd go out and use change to measure the corn bases and the wheat bases and the tobacco bases. And then on a lot of the fields you couldn't get to, you'd use a planimeter and figure out the area of that field. Well, you know, the only question I had was on your equipment. You guys currently have for the farmers or whatever for a nominal cost.
Right.
A no-till seeder. And you also had a Berean seeder,
Right.
which is by the, I mean, if you're sowing a yard, you go out and get the Berean seeder.
Correct.
To seed your yard, and you guys still have those available.
Yes.
And they're stored on site.
Yes, sir.
So that would be my.
And it sounds like you've been eavesdropping on our board conversations.
Well, I know.
And the other thing that happens is we have landowners bring soil samples in.
Right.
And they drop them off at the front door. So again, those are all things logistics that we'd have to work out. I don't know how much we've explored this, but again, right down the road from where our office is the highway department.
Right.
And we've been told that we could even park our vehicles down here because at one time we had problems with breaking into our vehicles.
Yeah.
So we thought about maybe moving the equipment down there. Now, it would mean somebody having to run from here down there to do all that, but the logistics are things that we'd have to work out.
But you do offer those.
Yes, sir.
Pieces of equipment too.
For a nominal charge.
Yeah, it is.
How are they stored? Those
Pardon me?
pieces of equipment, are they under roof?
No, they're out exposed.
So we couldn't do that here.
Oh, yes.
So that would be an issue downstairs.
Chris, I want you to come up because these are kind of conversations that the board, and you're the chair of the board. Now that
So my name is Chris Powell. If you guys don't know. So,
Oh, Tom did?
what was the question? I,
Well, so
I-
they
there was a
talk about
sidebar when I was.
the logistics like equipment and soil samples. Those are things that our board has discussed that we need to figure out also.
Yeah, that becomes some of the problems with even this building or being in this building is having that equipment parked, access to this building as far as going through security and everything for just a farmer to drop off a soil sample. Is as nice as it would be somewhat of an inconvenience, but that's kind of the thing.
It's not ideal.
It's not ideal, but we haven't found anything that is ideal either. So it's just kind of looking for, because there isn't a lot of commercial rental space available that's inexpensive to say the least. So, but we've definitely been looking and trying to flip over some stones to find something. Like Ken, like said, he's come up with some creative ideas even when he came to said, hey, they'll give us the school for $1. I'm like, it's like
You may want to check.
it's like it's 10 times or 100 times bigger than we need. But what's that?
You may also want to check with Morris Hill.
There was just an article about Morris Hill. I don't know if you saw that.
I believe that the town of Morris Hill got the building at
Yeah,
Morris Hill.
the city bought it, and they have an RFP out now to try to repurpose it for senior living or something like that.
Right. You know, that's another school building that South Dearborn's designed.
We don't need that big of a school
No,
building.
no.
Or even any building. Just trying to figure out a government building that's out there that's again, it just needs to have that ease of getting in and out of it. And we need, like I said, you brought up the equipment, and I think you were going at a different angle of having that available to people, but we also need a place to store that in this this idea of a place to have it.
So what's a no-till cedar cost that you got, like what you guys live to?
To rent, it's $8 an acre, that's what.
But I mean, if I went out and purchased one.
10, 15 grand probably.
Yeah, probably about 15,000.
Yeah.
In the same way, what about the cost of the debris?
Probably in that same neighborhood.
Same neighborhood.
So is there an agreement, like a handshake agreement or whatever for all three entities to try to be under roof together?
I've extended my hand, they have not shook it. And let me be very clear on it. So those decisions are not made at a local level by FSA and
The
our.
government moves so slowly, so we're talking just a few
Not the county
months.
council, I hope.
No, we're on it, but.
So when you say three entities, you're talking about FSA, NRCS, and Soil and Water?
Yes, sir. And we kind of run autonomously, Soil and Water does. NRCS, and Matt can speak to that, and FSA, they're not here, but he works with them. It's from the top down, pretty much, isn't it, Matt? For NRCS decisions?
Yeah, we're working at our state office and above that. And the other thing that's interesting right now, we've not received all of the information for USDA's reorganization. Other than you may have read where they're gonna close some buildings in Washington and bring a hub out here and that kind of thing. So there's a lot of steps in that process that we don't know. And of course, probably leasing's down the peg somewhere for them because they're up here right now trying to figure out Washington. So I don't know, but we do lose a lot of functionality. I've been in counties where the soil and water is not located with us, and we lose a lot of functionality. We lose a lot of customers that no longer go to either soil and water or to us. I mean, it's several times a day that we're going across the hall to FSA or people come across to our office. And to know that someone comes in soil and water over here, they gotta drive to our office or vice versa, we start to lose some of those.
Is there any other organizations that you have those synergies with? I mean, it's with like, for example, the Purdue Extension, like,
Purdue
would it make
Extension,
sense for
but
those guys, for y'all to be in the same building?
That would be awesome. And in counties where they do have that, there's great relationships. Jeff's not there now and
Oh, he's not?
No, he left to go.
he went to go to Kentucky.
Kentucky, yeah.
Yeah,
he got off the planning board. I was wondering what happened.
But, we work very closely. Jeff was a great partner on our field days, on our park. Rain barrel, that workshops and stuff that Aaron's put on. So, I mean, it would be awesome if we could all be in the same location.
And there's not enough room in Aurora.
I reached out to Aurora at one, it's been a little while, I can follow up with them again and asking, see if they had around 2,600 square foot of space available that, you know, they could. I haven't gotten anything, I haven't got anything back, I can follow up with.
Kind of ideal where you're at right now, isn't it? I mean, with your.
Except the building's falling apart.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that guy's name that bought that, is his name Drew?
Yeah,
I know that guy. I sold him a building a couple years ago.
The one thing that is really nice, we have obviously, we have a lot of, you know, farmers that come through in large trucks. You know, they can park out on the street, they can do FSA business, they can come see us, so. It's a good location, but. You know, oh, we're all here, there's a building, so.
Along those lines, and some of the feedback I've gotten from our board members who've talked to some landowners. And again, not saying that this is what we're gonna do. There is a little bit of hesitancy, but then they also say, we come in and pay our property taxes at the county building. So I mean, they're used to coming here, they know where it is, and they have been in here before. So again, I think that it could be worked out.
You're talking about the low level.
Yeah, downstairs.
Just for soil and water.
No, I'm talking about if FSA and NRCS would come with us. I mean, we'll end up there maybe one way or another, Liz, if the lease is not done by the end of the year.
But there's not, is.
There's
there isn't
space for
enough
all three.
space? Okay.
I don't know if there's space for Purdue also. I don't know that.
Parking could be an issue, especially farm trucks.
And a judge might be an issue.
yeah, and then.
Well,
and the park-
basically, I mean, we would have to approve any funding, which would be, you know, difficult, but the
I just
commissioner.
want a blank check, Liz.
Let's spin the wheel. But the commissioners actually oversee
Yeah.
what the uses of the campus is.
Right.
So the first step would be, of course, getting permission from the commissioners on allocating that space to whichever entity they opt to.
And as I said, Jim asked me to come up after the commissioners meeting. We had that conversation. We've had a couple other conversations followed up with Sue. So they know that we're interested. To our knowledge, nobody else has expressed an interest in that space. Purdue did at one time, but then pulled back.
How many vehicles do y'all tip, like from staff? How many vehicles do y'all have a day parking?
8 to 10.
Then we have two county vehicles and then your vehicles. They all are across the street.
We're looking at 13 spots and that's about custom.
Parking here is a problem a couple of times a year. If there are several courts in session and then during elections. So that's the only time when we bought the parkings, you know, the lot behind it, where Shamway used to be, leveled that and made that a parking lot. So parking is usually fine, except for courts and during election. So your foot traffic isn't much, I wouldn't think, every day. Do you have much foot traffic every day?
I would say we average 3 to 5 GMs per day probably between offices on slower days. We just got done the sign up for them cross site and they probably had several a day. I'd say we haven't had 5.
They probably have to come up and get them because to get down in the elevator, you have to have a place up.
That was
That's
one
one
of the
thing.
things, the logistics of getting it out of this place is.
Yeah,
Oh, and
that-
inmates travel through there,
You
right?
have to talk
No.
to Shane.
Do they?
I thought inmates traveled through the basement sometimes.
They do sometimes. but-
Just the handicapped or all?
I thought they took them, I thought they took them,
Elevator back there.
yeah, anyway.
But there would be some issues because that was built out just because it was cheap to, while we built this, it was cheaper to go ahead and just build out a basement and have the space. So it really wasn't configured with anything in particular in mind. So it's storing hospital records and voting machines. And then we built that little kitchenette thing in there. But I think the security to get into that, you know, from the outside is an issue as far as having access to the rest of the building. Is that right? Seemed like there was some kind of
Well, we had
security
to-
issue.
Well, when they voted down there, we had to have security. You'd have to talk to Shane. He's that had all the security
Right.
on us. But I know you cannot get down the elevator unless you have a badge.
Can they enter from those outside doors.
She would tell her actually we were looking at it, that there would be a code that she could put in the elevators to allow people to go down in there.
During certain hours.
Right.
During certain hours, during business hours.
Because the security component is very serious.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are doors down there.
Yeah, I thought when the judge was asking about that space, the answer was that the bailiff out front was gonna have to walk them over to the security and the elevator and open it for them.
So there would be some logistical issues.
And those are all things that we have not explored completely, but again, we can have a follow-up conversation with Sue Hayden and the people, Sean, and the people that need to be.
I mean, we would want to be as supportive as possible. We've always understood
Wow.
that the space, as far as the expense for the space, was something that the county may have to address. We've been blessed with having space available to us for years at no cost.
I just did some rough calculating.
Uh-oh.
Watch out.
And you did it with your
Did
fingers
the
and
page-
toes.
Page back in a pencil. But in 12, over the 12-month period, you're asking for roughly $1,700. And you say your requirements are 1,200 square feet, is that correct?
Well, is that 1,200 square feet for all three entities?
No.
You said
for-
2600 square.
Yeah, it's probably less even than that. I would
Okay,
say
but
it's-
if you look at that, and Chris probably knows from being in the business. $14 a square foot for a commercial,
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
it doesn't, I don't even know where
I
that
don't
would
know where,
exist.
so say there's no commercial property, it's cheap, that,
No.
yeah, that's why I was looking for, we
Yeah,
were
part of the
looking
rent.
for free stuff.
And, you know,
idea.
even for rent $14 a square foot, I doubt if you could find it. And then you're also talking about outside parking for your equipment and everything, and
Yeah, and that's where Beth just came, we just took a stab at I don't even know where we're gonna find it at that number, it's just the number,
yeah.
we had to put a number on something,
right,
so that's
I
what.
understand.
Sent me a text and she said that the space down there across from the bathroom, this was 2 weeks ago, she sent this, is approximately 1,280 square feet. Depending on what you need, you could fit comfortably 8 office, the size of the kitchen. The size of the kitchen that's there, which is about 10 by 12, she said. She said 8 offices and 1,280 square feet.
But then you gotta figure somewhere to put your cedars and your.
Unless it's at the highway department.
And the logistics on
of
security.
getting back and forth, and convenience factor too, I mean, like it just, for soil samples and just people coming and doing. That kind of stuff.
Probably a lot of guys stop in after they go to the Memorial Terminal
Yeah,
or on the way back.
yeah.
Stuff in
With
there,
the
yeah.
grain trucks.
So are they in a semi?
Yeah.
That would be difficult here.
I also think they're allowed down there.
Yeah,
Probably not.
They do.
No, they're not allowed in Greendale.
well, it would just stop that
They
kind
go
of
on
traffic, it would make it inconvenient for the customers, basically, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a, customer face business for the
Right.
most part, so.
Right now, I mean, if we have equipment and Aaron checks it out, once she has driver's license, insurance, and all that. I mean, they can come get it at 6 o'clock in the morning, they can drop it off on a Sunday evening, and so that's not a possibility either, if you're looking at the highway department. They're gonna be in there 6 to 2:30 or 7 to 3:30. And a lot of our farmers anymore, part-time farmers, it's after hours when they pick up equipment.
And this is all, I mean, the feds and the state might come in at the 9th hour and, solve this whole problem anyway,
In what way you mean?
keep the current lease. I mean,
Oh.
it's just the lease is not, there's the biggest problem is keeping Ken up at night is the unknown.
Right.
That's what, like the fact that we could be homeless. I think that's why I'm getting this job is because, hey, they're gonna be homeless. We can do it. So I mean,
You
it
put
might
a
all be.
double wide somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, this all might be null and void, but it might, so we're just it's the unknown is why we're
Right.
trying to, like Ken was, just stay ahead of it, not trying to be.
And
I don't have a
Thanks
problem,
for being
I don't have
honest.
a problem putting this in here as a placeholder and we'll deal with whatever we have to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, it might not even be something that's needed, but it's definitely something that it could, we'd hate to be homeless.
Right.
And rest assured, I like to say, my counterpart on the FSA side, we're pushing hard. We've had back meetings. We just got information yesterday to put together a spreadsheet of all the conversations we've had. So, I'm not like, oh yeah, well, that's all Laura worried about. I mean, we're pushing, I have me and my boss this morning, pushing as hard as we can against that ceiling to try and get something done. We're supposed to actually get a lease this time, but we were told that the last 2 times that we've had extensions. And so unfortunately, under an extension, the way I understand it, it is what it is, and they sign the paper and go ahead. If we have an actual lease, then there's a lot more teeth in it to make things happen, to get things fixed, if that makes sense. So in some cases, either for the government, just do an extension, up at a couple dollars a square foot, if the guy agrees to it or not, and they drive down the road. So we're pushing for a full lease, so that there's some teeth in that. In Switzerland County, building got sold down there, they went to full lease, and they worked it out to the landowner, put some money in, and the government put some money in to bring it up to ADA compliance. So, so we're hoping for.
There's hope.
Yeah.
We've extended past our time, I understand. We've from 1:30 to 2, if that.
Well, I appreciate the information you're bringing to us, and I think the work that you do is very important. I've been going to your meetings for a number of years now and learned quite a lot. I had no idea how much value you bring to Dearborn County. So it's something that we definitely want to make sure that we can make it, happen, of course, for our county, but I think we'll keep, as far as I'm concerned, keep their budget as submitted and have that placeholder for rent.
And we'll keep you apprised of how things are developing.
Does anyone have any other ideas
got a
on their
question.
budget?
About how many people do you have that utilize your service and NRCS in a year? What's your volume as far as your total number of people using your program? You have any idea?
What we normally, for like our program side, we normally probably have a couple hundred people that sign up. But on the FSA side, they see every farmer at least twice a year, and then
Right.
the way they're doing programming now, there's a lot more traffic on the FSA side. And I couldn't tell you how many farmers there are in the county, but we have a fair amount of people that come through. I would think we're around 1,000 at least. And some of those might be repeats,
Liz
but
does our swearing in at the annual meetings, and it's increased every year, which you think, but.
But there's about 120 there last past year, I'd say.
You guys have walk-in traffic too, just for like information. You got brochures and all that.
and that's the
You don't
thing.
keep track of all those numbers of people,
You know,
do you? I mean,
we work. Due to another study we're doing, we were getting 30 to 40 people a month that were just basically calling in wanting information. I mean, yeah, I had a guy calling yesterday, like, well, I gotta take my trees down. I told him about soils, I told him what we can do as far as that's concerned, help him with the species selection. Over the moon that there was someone out there that, and he goes, well, how much is it? And I said, it doesn't cost. We do farm visits that don't cost, so, an exact number, I don't know, but we affect a lot of people.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of folks out in my part of the country
The
that
one
utilize
thing-
your service.
The one thing that's really increasing, and Matt and Aaron have gotten more into this, and our agency has too, is the urban side, the small farmer, the people that are coming out from Ohio and buying ground in Bright and different areas like that, that get 3-4 acres, and after about a year, they don't want to mow it anymore. Or they come out and they're like, I always wanted a garden. So we're doing a lot more on smaller parcels, but it's just as important to them. They buy 4 or 5 acres, they don't know what to do, they need a chicken, a goat, a cow, they want a garden. That's what they wanna do, they don't wanna buy from Walmart anymore, so. We're getting more involved in that too, which is even more time consuming, really. I mean, 500-acre farm or 12 people that's got 2 acres, it's all important, but some takes more time than the other.
Right.
And we're glad that we can provide that service.
Anything else?
No, does anyone have any adjustments they want to make to this budget?
No.
Okay, I
Thank
think
you.
we're good, and we'll keep our fingers crossed for some good
Thank you.
news.
I do have some information on transportation inmates just for everybody.
For what?
The transportation inmate through that basement area. So it's only for depositions in the prosecutor's office. And I was speaking with Shane and he said they would mitigate that and transport them down to that basement.
The inmates?
Thanks, Steve.
thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Beth, sorry, I know I owe you an email back.
Oh, that's okay, whenever.
Thank you.
Bye, Chris.
Okay, location 35.
They're paying pennies on the dollar for that. Yeah,
What?
there's what, in their new spot, I mean, as a landlord. They're paying. A third of what any other tenant would pay, you know what I mean, like it's. Just too good of a deal.
Would you think Aurora would have some?
I would think between Aurora and Dillsboro, I would think somewhere.
Okay, location 35, Mr. Steve Kelly.
What's new?
What else do you need?
Right, so unlike last year, I don't have a lot of talking to do because I'm not asking for a bunch of increases, so. In general, the increases that we are asking for are just required due probation officer salary adjustments
So, Leah,
and the.
Leah, I don't think we-
Pretty much for the most part, everything stayed the same this year out of the county general portion. We do have the probation officer salary scale did not get a inflation and a cost of living raise this year. The only way the officers went up in the county general portion is if they went up in years of services, but they did not get like just a general cost of living. They did 0% this year, so they did not do a cost of living this year in that salary scale. But we do have some officers who maybe moved from year, 3 to 4, which there's an adjustment there.
Steve, you have your drug testing one up by 5,000, but you haven't expended anything this year.
That we spend in that we typically try to spend out of a couple of grants that we get first, just to make sure that we can zero those out. But we will spend every dime in that. We spend for probation, we'll spend roughly about $30,000 a year in drug screens. We have taken some steps to mitigate some of those costs for this year, and I should start seeing results because what we did is started using rapid drug screens. And basically what a rapid drug screen is you get the test results right there on site, and it's $3.50 per cup, as opposed to sending every drug screen in for a confirmation, which is $11 per cup. So we're hoping the vast majority of our screens will screen out as negative. So we're hoping to see a huge cost saving there. But between community corrections and probation, I spend about $130,000 a year on drug screens. I'm trying to cut that down to like 60,000 is what I'm trying to do. But the probation drug screen, I'm trying to get that back up to what we were. Circuit court, for an example, serves my probation department collected about 5,000 drug screens last year. Southeast Regional Community Corrections collected about 5,000 roughly. And then circuit court collected like 1,500, but they were appropriated more dollars in the county general than we were, even though we're collecting 3 times the amount of drug screens. So I'm trying to get that back up to proportion with what circuit courts, and I think even then will be below what circuit court gets in drug screening money out of county general. Now, I will say, Judge Nagengard is really pushing drug screen, so their drug screen numbers are going way up too, just because he's really pushing more frequent drug screening, and the drug screening is expensive. I mean, it is. If you start drug screening frequently, it's expensive. The thing about drug screening though is what's important is, you can do all the case management in the world. You can do all the setting down and talking with individuals. The only way you truly know whether somebody's doing good on these programs is whether they're passing a drug screen. Yeah. I mean, even if they're showing up to work, they could be showing up to work, but using meth, you know what I mean? And it's only a matter of time before something bad happens. So really the most effective tool that we have to monitor whether these folks are doing well is just doing a lot of drug screens. And it's just, when you do that, it's expensive.
Well, they don't have any other questions in the county general budget. Is there a consensus to leave the drug at 20,000 for testing?
The only reason it jumped out as me is because it's in 3 places and it's. In county general, nothing's expended, and your probation and admin account, nothing's expended, and then there is some in the probation user account that's been spent, but.
Right.
Yeah, and I talked to we have a financial officer, Warren Bradley, about that, and he oversees those, and I told him when I was looking this over, we need to expend that county general fund, but at the rate of, like our bill is usually about $6,000 a month, so what we do is we use community corrections funding, then we use problem solving court funding, then we'll use PUF, then we'll also use county general. And realistically.
Use county general last. I'm not saying
Yeah.
don't use.
No, no, no.
I'm saying use it first.
To be honest with you, we should use county
No,
general first, grants and then county general. Just because user fees they fluctuate a lot too. Our user fees, are down a little bit, user fee accounts, and that's partly
To
because,
give you an example, Dearborn County government, county general is down
yeah,
26, like $900,000.
I figured it was down.
So Senate Bill 1 has done a number.
Yeah. Yeah. But we will use that county general will be zeroed out.
In 24, you used 10,000.
Right.
So I'm having a hard time reconciling going from 10,000 to double in 2 years.
Was it 2 years ago you had to come back for an additional for drug testing, or was that a different court?
Well, I typically come back for additional. I came back the other day. I put in the appropriation, but it's usually out of user fees when I do that. I typically do not ask for appropriation out of county general for user fees or out of county general. Once those are done, I typically am done. Just because I know I got to fight my battles and I'm not coming back to county general for user fees or for drug screens.
Well, 31,200, I would kind of see us bring that down to 15,000 from the 20.
55 and that's about
Yeah.
and then another 40,000 out of community corrections, which is a different budget I get, but it's about 95,000 total that I put in there. And usually I do have to come back. I'm hoping moving forward I don't, because of what we've done to mitigate the cost. But usually I have to come back and ask for some type of user fee appropriation to get through the year.
Out of a user fee. Well, we're talking about taking 31,200 down to 15,000 like last year.
What was last year, 15,000?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair. My only thing with that, and I get it, like, life isn't fair. I get that. My only thing I'd come back to is, circuit court does a fine job. I'm not, they do really good at what they do, but we collect much more drug screens.
So I'm circling back to we have $900,000 deficit.
Right. I get that. Yeah, I get that. I would be remiss if I didn't at least state my argument.
Go to bat for it, that's fine, but we're doing our job as well.
Get it down to that
I
number.
think we need to take that 31,200 down to 15,000. Can you do that, Liam? And then your other. That's because it's their state mandated, they changed, the state will never pay. There's been legislation. The state has given us the ability to have a judicial LIT.
I don't have that in front of me. I apologize.
It looks like Conley.
Yes.
It doesn't make any difference, money down in your pocket and going either way.
And so, yeah, right. I think she's probably the only one trying to think out of county general. The most of them get raises would be out of PUF. And there are a few that have gotten raises out of probation user fees, but that's because they're taking on additional duties in 2020, moving forward from 2025 to 2026. For example, Amber Holman is the director of the court alcohol and drug program, and our intentions for 2026 is to expand that program. The reason we are going to expand that program is because we can collect additional fees. And the more fees we collect, the less fees I'm bleeding. But in order to do that, I have to expand her duties in that role. So two other officers, Matt Nelson will become a court alcohol and drug program officer, which will allow him to do substance abuse evaluations in-house and collect the fee. That's state. The Indiana Office of Court Services and the state legislator says we can collect those fees. And then Christy Conley will also become a court alcohol and drug program. Per assessment, we can collect a $200 fee. There's a certification process you have to go through. They have to go through 500 hours of case management training and supervision. They have to pass a couple of tests. So they went up, but it went out of user fees, not county general. Because that's not mandated, but it's a program we can take on. The reason I did that specifically with the court alcohol and drug program is because I was collecting about 30,000 out of the court alcohol and drug program money, but I'm spending like 70,000, and I keep having to transfer money from PUF to the court alcohol and drug program. And I don't want to do that moving forward. So it's like, okay, well, let's just make more people certified in the court alcohol and drug program, ramp up our numbers. So we're actually spending what we're collecting and not bleeding in the red every year in that program. Yeah, yeah, Leah calls me twice a year telling me to transfer money, and I'm over that, and it is a headache, and it can leave you sleepless. So I just want to try to at least almost collect what we're spending in that program. But in order for them to do that, it's a lot of extra duties, a lot of extra training, a lot of extra work, and I think I increased them $1,000 for that out of user fees, not out of county general.
So does anyone have any questions for Steve on any of his budgets? Okay, so location 49, this is the first time JCAP directors had to be paid out of anything other than an attorney general's grant or whatever.
Yeah.
So this is opioid restricted. We don't know how long that money will last as a stopgap to fund this. I mean, I think we're good for like the next 2 or 3 years.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
after
this is one of the things that, so my department in general relies really heavy on grant funding. You know, a lot of times when I come and request a grant, you guys are open and honest and saying, hey, if this grant goes away, we can't afford to take this out of county general. So we did lose, the state cut the, Judicial Reinvestment Advisory Committee grants by $8.3 million. Which really equates to, if you look at all the community corrections programs, there's 82 programs in the state. So that equated to roughly $97,000 per program that they cut. So we fully lost our JCAP grant, starting in 2026. So that's the reason we asked to offset that out of the opioid fund for 1 year. And then we're hoping by 2027, we have a new plan. We're going to, Judge McLaughlin, myself, and Tisha will start looking at different grants and things like that to keep that program
is that
funded.
funded out of the attorney general's office for the last couple of years or no?
No, that's funded out of the Indiana Department of Corrections. So when they rewrote the criminal code, and it's funny this happens because, you know, give credit to Steve Bradley because he called it 10 years ago. But when they rewrote the criminal code in 2014, they said, okay, we're going to rewrite this criminal code, and it's going to keep a lot of people out of the state prisons. And because you're saving so much dollars in the state prisons, we're going to reinvest that money back in the community through these grants. And Steve Bradley, to his credit, said, well, that's great, but what's going to happen is in 10 years, all the people who made that legislation are going to be gone, and they're not going to remember those promises, and they're going to start taking the grant funding away. And it was exactly 10 years when that happened. So he called it down, you know, right on the head. So what's happening now is, even though we've saved all this money to the state by not sending all these people to prison, those legislators aren't there anymore, and they're not remembering the fact that the reason we rewrote the criminal code is to save the state money in the prison system. And now some of that money is drying up. And a part of that is, I think, too, because they had the state Medicaid or Medicare issue that they found the money that they had to fund that they didn't realize they were going to have to fund. So they have that huge gap that they're trying to overcome. So they had to start cutting budgets somewhere, similar to what you guys.
I read a nice article recently about the JCAP program, and or maybe it was a news piece this week, or
That young man.
yeah. Maybe that was one of the papers. Where did I see that?
There's a
Channel 9 had something on there.
WCPO has a story. It's a 2-part story on JCAP this week, and Tisha, Sheriff McHenry, and Judge McLaughlin are in that. Luckily, I didn't have to do that because I was on vacation, so I didn't have to be on video this time.
I think when Judge McLaughlin started this, there was the only one was in Boone County, Indiana, in the state of Indiana. So then we were the second one. And since then, several other counties have started JCAP programs in their counties. So there was people competing for fewer state dollars.
There was 23 jail treatment programs that got fully cut from their funding out of these grants. So there was one that they lost like 357,000. We only lost 90,000. Now there was other programs that were running jail treatment programs, but they weren't like licensed therapists. They were maybe like a jail staff who would be trained in like a 40-hour class and would put on some type of educational program, and they were calling it jail treatment. There's probably only 45 that were doing the level, 4 or 5 doing the level of actual treatment, trauma informed care and stuff that we are with JCAP.
So do we have 2 or 3 JCAP staffers over there that are like with master's degrees? or
Yeah,
whatever?
we have 3 full-time licensed clinical social workers. So those are therapists who have additional credentials, like higher level credentials. Then we have 2 part-time who are funded out of the JCAP Bridges grant. And they just work part-time doing some family educational type programming. And then we have, some other staff who do multiple roles in their duties. So they're doing like pretrial assessments plus helping with stuff with JCAP. So about probably 5 total that are full-time over there.
Well, the beauty of this is opioid restricted is harder to use than the unrestricted, so. This is great.
And that, I've looked at over 100 times, it specifically says jail treatment.
Right.
For the restricted, so it's, there's no argument that it can be used for jail treatment, because it says it right there in the writing.
And that probably has a fairly decent balance, I would think, Leah,
900 something.
yeah, so we could
The
ride this
restricted is
thing.
900 something, and then the unrestricted was like 270 or something like that. I check in with Lee on that too, about every 3 months. I start looking at that one.
How many counties have community corrections?
There's 82 agencies. Franklin County's getting ready to start. There's 82 agencies, but I think 88 counties have it. So like my agency, I oversee Dearborn, Ohio and Switzerland County for community corrections. So we're a regional agency.
Much, yeah.
Yeah, but Franklin County for years didn't have one, and they'll have one in 2026. And then it feels like another county is starting one in 2026 as well. So the frustrating, I'll just be honest with you, it's probably too much information, but the frustrating part with that is we've had pretty much the same funding with our community corrections program since as far as I could go back in our financial records. They did give us a slight increase in 2019, but it was only 5% and equated to like $20,000. But if you can imagine running a 2025 budget and your grant fund based on, as far as I can go back, at least 1995, the money we were getting, that's really, really tough to do. But then like Ripley County started a community corrections agency 6 or 7 years ago, and they get 2/3 of what we're funded, but they only serve maybe 25% of the population. And I think it's like, it's like the cable company, the new customers get the best deals.
Yeah.
But if you really equate that out to what we do and the population we serve, if I started a new one today, I would probably say, hey, I can't do this for less than 800,000, but they're giving me 515,000.
But if you oversee Ohio and Ripley County, how can you get money from there?
So we do, we technically get additional funds for, from the grant for having those. I don't know I've never seen on dollar, hey, you get this much for having Switzerland County.
I mean, why couldn't you go to their budget hearings and say, hey, I do this for you, you need to help fund this?
Right, I think we could, but with our community corrections, we don't get, like in Dearborn County, we don't get any county general.
Yeah.
For community corrections, we only get county
Okay.
general for. What's that?
Probation.
To the state?
Most of it, but I mean.
Yeah, it's grant funding, yeah.
With your insurance and stuff.
Yeah, insurance would be,
Yeah.
right,
Can you ask them for that?
right, yeah, that may be something
Oh, yeah.
we're gonna have to do, at least say, can you fund one of these officers or something like that, cause the insurance is expensive, I mean, that's our biggest expense,
Drug testing.
Yeah.
Like have to make them pitch in.
right?
Any other questions for Mr. Kelly? I guess our work is done here, but we did cut that drug testing.
All right, I get it, I get it, thank you guys, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Steve.
Steve.
A lot.
So that's our last scheduling for today. Is there anything else that we can knock out today, Leah?
She could have hit, could have hit something there.
Honestly, if.
He's going
everybody else
Switzerland
now
County,
for
Ohio
starting.
County, and we're paying for all their drug tests.
Yeah.
No shit, we're doing that.
You're allowed to cuss.
I felt the exact same way. I'm glad you said it.
Yeah.
You forget you're on camera.
But
honestly, if you're doing it for Ripley, Ohio,
Switzerland is the other one he said.
Yeah.
That makes sense, perfectly sense. Something, something.
Well, you got, oh, they travel to those other counties too.
I don't know. Honestly, I didn't until today. I didn't know they took care of other counties besides ours. And I get the grants are doing it all, but now they're having to dip into county general. Why not
Well,
make them pitch in?
especially for drug testing and some of the other things you
Oh,
see,
yeah.
and insurance.
Employees and.
And our secretaries, any of our secretaries that we pay, why can't they pay for them too?
Or at least some of it,
A proportional pro rata.
something to look into.
Because county general.
He said funding's going down.
Well, it's been flat. It's kind of like the 911 fee. It's
Well,
like the state hasn't raised.
If they keep adding more counties to it, it's probably gonna go down.
But that DOC grant that he's talking about, it's been flat for, like you said, years.
Since I started here.
Yeah.
Difference in the fucking budget.
So who pays, like the officers that go and check these people like, house arrest and all that stuff? Is that grant funded?
A lot of it's grant funded, and then some of his other stuff is user fees and stuff like that, and then.
They
county
use our
general.
vehicles for. Why
We do
can't they
provide
pitch in
them
for a
vehicles.
Right.
Well, it's something that we will pursue.
You probably need to tell him that before, start
yeah.
working on that
Yeah.
next year.
No,
I mean, you can't fix it right now.
but
No,
they're,
I mean, well,
everybody's going through budgets right now, so they need to know. For
But
next
it had to be
Yeah, for next
advertised.
year,
It's
huh?
too late to
Right,
do it
right.
for 26. But for 27, that's something that could certainly. be
But
looked
you're
at.
spending, like she said, 20, well, that's community corrections.
His county general part is 680,000.
But that's only for Dearborn County.
That's
It's just
that's
community
superior-
corrections
yeah,
is
that's
for the other
superior-
counties.
Superior probation.
But then when you look at community corrections, that's what will pick up the other counties, right?
Yeah.
And there's a $200,000 or $150,000 increase right there.
But that's funded from grants, not, this isn't,
Some of these are user fees and some of them are grants.
like, we collect the user fees for Switzerland and Ohio County.
No, I doubt it.
He said Griffin, didn't he?
No.
You know,
I said swim.
Switzerland and Ohio.
I think so.
Switzerland. and Ohio.
Anyway,
You know what I'm saying? We're not. This is not funded from county general. This is funded from grants
Right.
and
But-
user fees.
But I think his DOC grant is probably for all 3 counties.
And I think Leah said we get all of them.
Not for this one, but there is one grant when he's got an employee, you guys don't see it. It's just not a budget. Ohio County does, there's a bill, they get us all of their grants, that person, so.
So they are kicking in something.
Some.
But Switzerland's not.
That's in not even America, is it? Switzerland? Is that in America?
They're down.
I agree with what Connie said a little bit ago.
I mean, I don't care if it's out the box, they should pitch in, put the bill.
That's our people. It's never our people.
So Leah, when we were talking yesterday about the information that we got from Susan from Baker Tilly. And we were looking at county general and how the budget was presented at the time this was done. And then the changes. So we talked about the Davidson Road 1.4 million. We also talked about the 1.6 in community crossings. Have you zeroed that one out and put it back in the county general, or what's the process?
For just these numbers?
for the income, that what he had encumbered in that.
He didn't have it encumbered, he just had it laying there, didn't he?
Well, she thought he did.
I mean, I can't zero it out in this year's budget unless we do a reduction at one of the meetings. And then it'll go back in this year.
So at our November meeting, we could have a reduction, take that 1.6 that's sitting there. Is that what you're saying?
Or just let it go to the end of the year and I can tell him you're not carrying forward. They
Yeah,
said,
it just
no,
goes
it's gonna
back in.
roll.
Well, that's fine. It's just, I just want it out. And I
Right.
want it here.
Well, cause I kind of did the math this morning.
Well-
And if I put the additionals at what have actually been approved instead of just the advertised amounts. That's a big difference. And if I take out. If you add the community crossings money back in, it changes this number down here to 18 million instead of 14. That's what would be left at the end of 25.
To 18?
Yes.
That's even better than what I had.
Yeah.
I like your number.
Well,
So
she advertises out of two funds, so it's like double the money.
But I'm talking about just out of county general, because we did a bunch of like $3.8 million out of 4916 yesterday.
So
So
this additional appropriations, that's everything that's been advertised this year, 5.7 million, but really the true number that you've given.
give me the number, line number, if you don't mind.
It's on line 28.
Okay.
It says
Oh, yeah.
5.7, if you guys have really only given 1.6,
Okay.
so it makes a big difference in.
So we don't have to cut as much?
It just makes your bottom line, the percentage. Way more.
The problem is, like, to me, this is the way I look at it. What we're doing is we're supplementing county general receipts by the High Point money. Like the money that we got from High Point Health a few years ago. And we put a total of 8 million in rainy day and the rest of it sitting in county general. So it's making county general look healthier than what we're receiving in property taxes and then LIT monies. And then there's miscellaneous, but I mean, those are the two big ones. And so they're showing the property taxes going down like almost 900,000 this year. And she's showing lit flat. I think lit will go up 400,000 or so. But to me, the reason, if we end up with, what'd you say, 16 million?
18.
18 million? I mean, we were at 24 million at the end of 26,
So if we got 18 in there, how much of that's High Point?
5.8.
Good.
But we had
Didn't we move
24,
some of it to the rainy day or not?
we moved
4.
8 million to rainy day over a course of 2 years, 4 and 4.
Okay, yeah, that's
Total of 8. We put 2 million for expenses, and then the rest of it's being carried in county general.
And most of that you'll be.
Yeah, so that's
well,
2
that's
million.
yeah, we're holding it as a.
It's like 1.8 million spent.
So then how do you know how do you get what we need to get out of the budget to please that lady that thinks?
If you look at
All of
her
our
sheet-
fund balances are fine.
Yes. She's saying.
I
in a
thought it was
perfect
like
world-
3.3
Well, that's
on
what
her
I'm saying.
sheet.
In a world, you want your expenses to match your receipts, that way.
Balanced
you're keeping
budget.
all of your cash.
Right.
So if you wanted to do that, you would have to cut almost $3.4 million to keep that.
Even though we got that, you got that extra 1.6 million at Todd's that we didn't know we had.
That's,
Yes, that's.
but that's on the other side. That's not an expense or a revenue. That's just money sitting somewhere else. We're talking to have a truly balanced budget between what we're bringing in and what we're gonna expend. We needed to cut $3 million, but so many things were listed in 2 different places that we're making really good progress on that.
3.8 was out of both, and it was taken out of 4916. So there's 3.8 million.
I agree with what he's saying, but it seems like that leftover money should matter
What do you mean?
in that.
It matters in your bottom line, like, if you look, like they're saying, if all these numbers are accurate, you'll have a 45% like cash bucket left. So that number would go higher, so you'll have more money, but you still to be perfect, you're gonna bring in 22 million.
Well, I don't see us cutting 3.3 million. My point, I was hoping we could just take that 1.6 off that and then we got a better number, like 2 million. Or 1.9, but I guess we can't do it.
Well, the only way to do that is to do what you were saying the other day.
Cut it off the line item.
Cut it off the budget. And let him spend it out of there, but he can't move that. He can fund this year's community crossings out of that, right?
I mean, he could carry it forward. But
I don't know if it matters.
He'd rather cleaner, yeah, right.
Leftover.
I don't, like I said, whatever's easiest, it just seemed like to get to what, not how much we needed to cut. His idea of taking it off the zero at 750 off there.
Budget
would
line.
help us get closer to what we need to cut.
Well,
Or I guess it don't matter. It's
there's-
you know,
there's two things that in his budget that I think we need to address. And one is the 1.5 million for bituminous, and he's got 750 for community crossings. The most we have, if the state allows counties to have as much as 3 million, which is doubtful. So I think they took community crossings from $150 million down to $100 million for 26. So there's less money and they've made the match lower.
20%.
Some counties or some cities and counties were not able to come up with the match money. They changed the match for certain counties and cities from 25 to 20%. So the most Dearborn County government would have to match if the county received a $3 million community crossings grant is $600,000. He's got 750. That's only $150,000, which I realize $150,000 is a lot of money, but in the overall scheme of what we're doing here. So that's the first thing. That 750 goes down to 600, and that's in a rainbows and lollipops world. Chances are there might be a $2 million community crossing grant, maybe. So that means your match is $400,000. So, and we may not even get a community crossings grant, which would be devastating because we've been able to really get some serious work done with community crossings because we've gotten grants every year. One year was 3 million, and we had to put up 1.5 million.
I might be off. I might not be looking at this right, but if he's got 1.6 million already in that account, why would you just take it to zero?
That's what I agree that we need to take that account down to zero because to me, that's cleaner bookkeeping. It wasn't used for that purpose. You take it out and put it back in the county general. At the end of the day, we're going to be in the hole by the end of budget hearings. There's no way to take what we were taking in 26 and balance. We're going to be, and we've done that for the last couple of years. If you'll notice, we went from a balance of 24 down to 14 with some changes with things that were advertised out of different funds, including county general, and putting that 1.6 in there, we'll end up with 18 million perhaps. So I'm not uncomfortable with doing that in using some of the fluff that's in county general, because I don't see how otherwise we're ever going to get through. The other side of the coin of that for me is that we do have roads that need to be addressed. And whether we leave that 1.5 million in there in bituminous, so it's actually in place for him to start doing stuff in 26. The 6 of 1, either he's going to come back in 26 for an additional and we're going to okay it, or we can okay it in this budget and have the budget a little bit lopsided, but we're supplementing it out of the excess that we have in our county general balance. So at the end of the day, that's where I am. Now I do have heartburn on the juvenile center budget, which is not as big a number, but as far as places where I think needs to be some burning and slashing, that's where it is. But as far as Todd's budget, the community crossings, I think, has to be changed from 750 to 6 because there's no way in God's green earth that our match is going to be 7.
Make ourselves sleep better by saying we have a balanced budget, or if it doesn't, you know what I mean? It's semantics. Lee, what's your total number right now if we adopted it as is?
One way or the other.
You wanna put your wallet in your right pocket or your left pocket?
I haven't all put in yet.
Okay.
It won't matter when you turn it in.
Because it's advertised for that.
Yeah, and because our fund balances are so strong, we're carrying more than the 15% minimum that they recommend.
I mean, there comes a day of reckoning. It was so long that you can, do that, and then all of a sudden the rubber hits the road. But in 2028, when those lits go into effect, everything changes. So Dearborn County government will not need the whole 1.2 that we're allowed, and we can take what I think if I were looking in the future, because of the property tax revenue losses, we're currently not putting the EMS lid into it, but for county government operations, 1.2 lid is what we're using. And it's shared with other entities.
Right.
So in 2028 budget, when we've got that 1.2, I think we're going to have to, what used to be certified sheriff's bucket or currently is certified sheriff's bucket, I think you're gonna have to raise the lit enough to take up the deficit that you're losing from property taxes in, when you're doing that lit, calculate, or Baker Tilly can calculate for us how much we're going to need to up that percentage in order to be whole. So I think that we're dealing with 26 and 27 until that new law takes effect. So I think that, I mean, I can sleep at night. I can give Todd that 1.5 in bituminous and be lopsided and still sleep at night, because if we don't approve it in the budget, we'll probably just do an additional next year. So it just kind of depends on where your comfort level is.
I think that was the state's plan all along to get you to do the lid.
Oh, they've been doing that forever. Yeah, they've been saying forever that, you know, we give, in fact, this past legislative session, there are legislators who were saying, you've got so much taxing capacity that we don't, when we were complaining about things like the judges and all the court fees that we have, or court services and stuff and salaries and stuff that we have to pay out of county general or our money. They would say, well, we gave you the ability to head up a judicial lid. That was their answer. It's not like we need to take on, because
So
they consider
want you to
state
put all
employees.
these different taxes in to cover all the different areas.
They want you to do it so they don't look bad.
Yeah.
But they consider them state employees, but we have to pay for them. So then when we complain about it, they say they passed legislation allowing the county to have a judicial lid up to 0.2%. So it's just
Why
nuts.
don't you get on Maxwell about that?
Why don't you get on Maxwell about that?
That was pre-Maxwell. But it is crazy. But at the end of the day,
Just don't run again, Dan, by the time we get out of here.
He,
That one
I
is fine.
swear, he come to one of the planning meetings last time. He's doing something up in Maxwell's putting a subdivision in,
where's
I
that?
think they're finishing out the
or
one.
One Street,
Yeah.
by the,
Sneakville,
by
isn't it?
East Central,
Oh,
Mhm.
Harvest Ridge.
yeah, the other street.
Yeah.
So to me, philosophically, it's a matter of like, do you have your budget, where you're using your savings or your reserves and make Todd whole? Or do you wait and have him come back for an additional next year? It's 6 of one and a half dozen of the other.
You know more about this than I do, so I trust you.
But everyone has different principles on how they want to do their business, but I just feel like, that to me is like 6 of one, half dozen of the other. On the other hand, the juvenile center budget is something that I think we need to have, if y'all want to look at it now, I think it's location 32, but I mean, that one really went up.
There's making all this money.
What you can do behind the building and all that.
Yeah, juvenile center is location 32. I mean, he's got 2 new positions. Part-time wages went from 30,000 to 100, and he kept his overtime at 100,000. So between 2 new positions and an additional 70,000 in part-time, and then plus benefits on top of their salaries, you're talking about a boatload of money.
So. The money these other counties are paying, giving us
For juvenile,
for juvenile, where's that money go?
it dumps in general.
It's dumped in jail.
Just like when we keep out of state, out of county prisoners or DLCs.
Do you know how much that is?
321,000.
So far.
For half a year.
They're bringing in way more than they ever used to, but it's still.
But here's the thing, those counties that, they're gonna be shopping for the lowest And I would not agree with lowering what their per diem is. So as far as that being a big revenue stream, yeah, it's bringing in more money than it ever did, but
But still not enough to run the.
no, not.
I was gonna say, well, the question isn't how much they're bringing in, is how much has the deficit changed? What's our, how much are we in the red compared to what we used to be in the red?
What he's at, with the increase is a little bit less than what it's bringing in.
Well, here's the thing that gets me on that too. There's no depreciation on the building figure. As far as the cost. There's no depreciation on the equipment that's over there that we provide. So none of that's figured in as far as the cost to house those kids. We gotta take care of the bill. Well, we provided the building. We're providing the place for them to sleep and everything else. So how much is that costing us
Yeah.
off of what they're making or they're bringing in? Like a guy told me one time he was going to Kentucky and buying potatoes for $10 a bushel and bringing them back to Indiana and selling them for $8 a bushel. He was just making the money hand over fist. But he never sat down and figured out how much he was losing. In the same way here, if we don't have an accurate schedule of what our actual expense is per kid, we don't know if we're making anything. We probably aren't, like Mark.
We're not making anything for sure. No,
We're definitely going to hold. The question
the
is
question
how
is,
much.
well, and the real question is, what are all our alternatives? And is that something that a judge can mandate? And maybe we can make him mandate it, but is that a service that's important for us to maintain in our community? Or are we okay with sending those kids, if there's 11 of these things throughout the state? The alternative is send them to one of the other ones. Maybe there's no capacity. I don't know. And that goes back to the capacity comment that Doug made is, hey, Ripley, Switzerland, Ohio, you guys want to have the ability to send folks from your community to Dearborn County, you need to pay some kind of capacity fee to maintain, help keep this open.
Either, because they've moved $75,000 of that already into part-time. So now they're down to $7,900 in overtime and still have multiple.
Months to cover.
Yeah.
Well, I'd rather give them more part-time money than give them full-time jobs, 2 positions, full-time jobs.
Right. Then you don't have to worry about your.
Well, and the other thing is I don't know if the ratios have changed, but the amount of youth attendance that we provide and the educator can count as there's a ratio for every however many, that's like 7-1 or something like that. I don't know what it is. Like, I think we're more than double what is the requirement from the state.
Don't we have an attendant on duty and a supervisor?
Yeah, I mean, there's 1, 2, 3. That's vacant. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 people counting it, youth attendants and intake officers. So it's like. It's an intake officer. We gotta get 1 kid every other day. That takes a full-time job.
Yeah.
Shane's taking them in faster than that, I think. And this is day and night. It's a 24/7, 365 gigs, but.
Right.
Do they do like 312s, like, yeah?
I think so.
I
think so.
I don't know.
How many are working at one time?
That's what I'm saying. I think they don't have to have, they have way more working at one time than they are required to have statutorily.
You remember when we had that study done in 2019? At that point, the study said that at that time, and I don't know how many they had, but at that time, they could definitely do with 1 fewer employee in 2019.
Or shift or.
And probably
so.
overnight, they
Want me
probably
to live
do
stream
1 or
all done for the day.
We're done for the day. We're just talking. Thank you, Connie.
Certified hours a day for prisoners. That could cost $60.
Well, the state only pays us $42. They just raised it to 42. It costs 65 to keep in the jail. That's another way the state doesn't do right by us.